doctrine about primary beings existing even before Atum's self-birth and the beginning of the act of creation was developed, probably already in the Old Kingdom. Ogdoad are 8 primary emanations, aspects of the eternal cosmic primeval ocean, Nun. The 4 pairs of mysterious primeval deities are Nun himself and his female counterpart, Nunet, that is, the first waters. Then Hehu and Hehut, symbolizing the infinity of Nun. Kekui and Kekuid are the darkness of the primeval ocean. Kerh and Kerhet are the inaction, the stillness of these primordial waters. Sometimes Amun and Amunet were considered the 4th pair, symbolizing the invisibility, the nature of Nun hidden from people. Yes, this is where Amun appears for the first time, and at the very beginning as a pre-god, older than creation. This Hermopolitan deity would become, according to Theban theologians, the great creator god, the most important of all the Egyptian gods. In Hermopolis, however, he is shown as the frog-headed aspect of Nun. The female representatives of Ogdoad were snakes. At some point, these male and female elements came together to form the primeval egg, from which light was born, or according to another tradition, it was the primordial lotus that grew on the first land, Benben, in Hermopolis called the Island of Flames. The original Egyptian name of Hermopolis is Kamanu, or 8 town, in honor of Ogdoad. Interestingly, although this universal national deity was usually paired with the female scribe, Seshat, or the personified Mat herself, in his main sanctuary in Hermopolis, Thoth's wife is the little-known guardian goddess Nemetawi, who is distinguished by a characteristic sistrum-shaped headdress. Here in Hermopolis, Thoth was titled the head of Ogdoad and identified with the great creator god himself, for he is every aspect of Atum-Ra, who since the self-creation has the wisdom, great word, magic, and of course Maat, justice and truth. In Hermopolitan texts from the Ptolemaic times is often identified with Atum's son, Shu. The famous legend of the destruction of mankind is a part of a mythological text written on the walls of the tombs of Ramessid kings called the Book of Heavenly Cow. It describes the primeval times when the gods were still present on earth and lived among people, and Ra was their first ruler. The sun god learned about people who were ungrateful to their creator and were conspiring against him. Following the advice of the other gods, he decided to punish the guilty by sending against them a terrible weapon, a destructive power, a force called the Eye of Ra. His eye in the form of his daughter, Hathor, which almost killed all humanity in her uncontrollable rampage of destruction. Disappointed with humanity, Ra decided to leave for his newly created heavenly abode, hidden among the stars. After issuing his final earthly decrees, he summoned his vizier, Thoth, to accompany him on his journey to the land of the dead, Duat. When they got there, he ordered him to write down the names of all its inhabitants in his book, so that he could punish sinners more effectively. The old god no longer wanted to be among the wicked, so he gave Thoth the rule over the Duat as his deputy, entitled Place of Ra. He also gave him the power to embrace the heavens, and he became the god of the moon. Thoth had to have his own messengers, so ibises were created, and an ape of Thoth came into being. to defend their country's borders. Finally, Ra announced that Thoth would take his place and would be worshipped as a great god by those who refused to worship Ra himself. So, in short, in the Book of the Heavenly Cow, we learn about the abdication of the king of the gods in favor of Thoth. Wow! Thoth in the solar myths is a close associate of Ra, his heart or mind, the keeper of the Eye of Ra, the one who can handle this powerful weapon of the sun god. Thoth is the only one who can tame the Eye of Ra in the form of Sekhmet, a mightier than the gods, lion-headed goddess who usually became Atum's Ra daughters, of course, on his order. Already in the times of creation, when the lonely Atum decides to find his children using the eye that he sends into the unknown, it turns out that it is a great force that even the Creator cannot control. When after a long absence, the eye returns to its owner, who replaced the missing organ with a new one, the eye of Atum Ra becomes furious, revealing its destructive power. It's eventually placed on the god's forehead as the Urius serpent and is used to defend the cosmic order of Mad and also guards the pharaoh's crown.
It's okay. I won't hurt you. Everything you know about dragons is wrong.
Cosmic order of Mad and also guards the pharaoh's crown. A popular myth in Egypt was the story of the distant goddess, who, depending on the local traditions, was supposed to be Tefnut, Hathor, Bastet, Mut, or even Isis. The most popular version tells the story of Atum Ra's firstborn daughter, Tefnut, a goddess representing primordial moisture, but also the Eye of Ra. She suffered harm. There are many versions of the event, so let's skip it this time, and fled from Egypt to distant Nubia. There she took the form of a lioness and spread fear among all living things. Her absence from the country disturbed the natural order. Day turned to night, and the Nile stopped flooding. Tefnut was the first female being. Her departure caused impotence and infertility, which threatened the existence of the entire creation. Her brother and husband, Shu, found her, but she didn't want to listen to him. So Atum Ra sent for her his intelligence, the wise Thoth, in the form of a small baboon. Finding Tefnut wasn't the problem, but getting her to come back was the real challenge. As we know, the Eye of Ra in the form of Sekhmet, more powerful than the gods, can't be forced to do anything. Thoth skillfully used flattery and picturesque parables, including the tale of the lion and the mouse. He told her about a powerful lion who, like Tefnut, aroused fear, burning with a desire to take revenge on people for what they had done to other animals he encountered. While he was looking for the man, a tiny mouse stood in his way and begged him not to crush it. In exchange for her life, she promised to one day save his life as well. The amused lion released the mouse, not believing that anyone could threaten him. However, he underestimated humans and fell into a trap set by them. Caught in a net and tied with a leather belt, he fought for hours to free himself, to no avail. Unexpectedly, a little mouse came to his rescue to return the favor and say, "It is beautiful to do good." The mouse bit through the ropes and belts, and the lion was saved. With such stories about how essential balance, harmony, and doing good to maintain it are to the world and all creatures, Todd encouraged Tefnut to return. The conversation was very long. Tefnut often lost her patience, transforming from a Nubian cat into the terrifying Sekhmet. According to one description of the myth, Todd jumped like a frog, he quivered like a grasshopper. The baboon entertains her with the music and dancing, giving her beer, and finally, the mollified goddess, in the form of a beautiful and sensual woman, agrees to return to Egypt. In the Egyptian view, the world of humans, with their organized society and hierarchy, was a reflection of the world of the gods. The office of pharaoh was considered equivalent to that of the great god, and royal officials were compared to the creator's divine entourage. Of course, the most important official was the vizier, whose divine counterpart was Thoth. But Thoth was more than that. In the eyes of common Egyptians, he remained a source of infinite wisdom and justice. People turned to him directly for help in resolving disputes and everyday life problems, trusting him implicitly. The one who is constant and consistent, the one who doesn't give in to passion but serves the truth and people with prudence and wisdom. So the Egyptians praised Thoth in their beautiful hymns. O Thoth, take me to Hermopolis, to your city where it is pleasant to live. You provide me with bread and beer, and you watch over my mouth when I speak. May Thoth be behind me tomorrow. Come to me when I stand before the lords of Maat, and so I'll be justified. You are the great palm of the house, 60 cubits high, bearing fruit. You who carry water to a distant place, come and save me, silent man. Todd.
Do you want to grow your business off of luck, or do you want to grow your business because you know you have the right strategy?
And did ayahuasca together. I feel like I should probably say that. But anyway, all the links you'll need for both Colin Frangisetto and myself are in the description. And with that, let's get into this mind meld. Colin, my brother, crier of the age shift. Good to have you back, man.
Good to be here.
Yeah, we were just talking about let's just get right into the dripping
nectar.
What we started suckling on before we even hit record, which is I don't even know how to what the wraparound concept is, because just talking about the age shift isn't even really it. It's talking about the reality of what it means for our experience, and it seems to be manifesting in the zeitgeist and in the dialogue in all of these different ways, where if any of them are even a little bit true and come to fruition, it's going to be like the repercussions on reality are going to be just ontologically shifting in ways like that we haven't even experienced in our lifetime. Like, just to go down the list, like if there is alien disclosure, if there is some kind of archetypally significant event that happens along with this massive shift of the ages that's supposed to be occurring, like the Platonic ages or astrological ages. If there is some kind of massive geopolitical event that changes completely tips the scales of international powers, like, and several more are coming to mind, but I've already been rambling my way through this introduction. But I know you think about these things just as much as I do. So
Yeah. Too much.
yeah. What are some of the things that stick out to you the most, that have you the most on edge and curious? Because it makes me very curious.
We are living in the McKinnian ever-present novelty wave. It's just nonstop, and I think it's become normalized at this point. And, you know, I think in a lot of ways, I keep trying to find an origin point of like, when did we really get enveloped in this current portal? It's like you can't even find it really, because you can keep going back. I feel like when I was younger, you had to try really hard to find prophetic, like evidence of this apocalyptic or pre-apocalyptic age, and I think now it's like you have to try really hard not to see it.
That's true. Yeah,
it's everywhere. I'm obviously very, very concerned about geopolitical things happening, and I see a lot of signs of crisis. I mean, there is crisis everywhere, but I would say that there's starting to be signs of collapse. And so that stuff, it's very concerning. But then if you want to take that and sort of invert it into curiosity and start thinking, zooming out from the everyday and thinking bigger picture. I mean, I just made an art piece that was, it's called Failures of Imagination. And it's a little bit of a riff on, that's like a term that's often used by governments in situations of immense disaster. They'll say like disasters that seem super avoidable in hindsight. Not like a black swan, which is defined as being something that is like, unforeseeable.
Right.
Like failures of imagination is like, oh, we just didn't have the imagination to imagine this to happen. But I kind of did a little play on that and made this art piece that are these UFOs, and plastered behind them is all of these different private aerospace logos. And I think for me, we're just like hurtling towards something of this nature, because really, I mean, how the meme now is like aliens are next. Right. Like there's literally just this implication of like, well, what else could happen, right? And that's sort of become this joke. But I think in a lot of ways, if you think about it, that there's all these stacking signposts that sort of suggest something like that. Mm-hmm. And whether or not you want to interpret that as it's pointing towards something being manufactured, or something that is prophecy, or something that is predicting an escalation of something that's been ongoing for a long time, that's up to the individual. I don't necessarily know. I just know that it's becoming more and more present in my consciousness at all times. I'm constantly thinking about it.
What's like the most schizo meta magical take on all of this that I can possibly imagine is that it's sort of like I alluded to this a little bit the other day when I said something to the effect of, what if this whole push and pull thing is part of disclosure, where you have this panoply of voices, some are contradicting, some are saying the same things. There's this potentially, in my made-up scenario, this manufactured, legacy program, powerful group that's trying to stifle it. But what if all of that is part of it, because it makes us intellectually, one, grapple with all of the possibilities more, and therefore getting us more like ontologically associated to that being a potential. But the even more out there, hyper manipulative take that I just came up with now is imagine if this whole narrative of the aliens are next, or there being this invisible thing that we can all psychologically sense, but we don't know what it is, like some attractor or whatever. What if in all of this interest and all this roiling of archetypal and psychological energy, we're somehow collectively creating that thing? This gets into the take of, I think it's the logical conclusion in some ways of the ultimate kind of idealism, like the kind of idealism to where your thoughts have causative power, but not in like a very simple manifestation way, but in a way that it requires the collective psychic weight of humanity to believe so much that something is coming that it causes it to come. But it's also, it's like, that's just one of the most crazy mindfuck ideas that I can come up with, and it's probably just massively schizo and not true. But like in some way, I could also see it being true.
So when you say that, you're saying that what if that's a function of the NHI like if you're saying like what it would take, or
even that it would be like just a psychological construct for us to project onto, like I'm saying, what if what really determines reality is the collective belief of all of humanity, and you've got to already believe or suspect so intensely that outcome will occur that it does occur. It's almost like it's like a collective placebo effect. It's like thinking, like believing so strongly, in the placebo effect, something inert is healing you, right? Or something inert is having an effect on you that should not have an effect on you by the laws of cause and effect science, but it does. And that mechanism is always just so cloaked in magic, and how could this be possible? And clearly the body or something in the psyche has the ability to do these things, but not in a way where you're just thinking about it and you want it, in a way that it's like subconscious or unconscious, and what the mechanism for it even is just doesn't make sense. What happens if you just apply that out to the whole of or 100 million people or 200 million people? Why would we assume that's only a local effect? Why couldn't it be a collective effect? And if you're seeding something into the zeitgeist for 50 years, 100 years, and you just keep ramping it up and ramping it up and ramping it up, is there eventually a catalytic moment that gives birth to the collective effect of the placebo? Does that make sense?
Essentially like an egregore of sorts.
Yeah, that's what it would be. Yeah. Like an egregore,
like a massive egregore.
A massive egregore. Yeah, like an age-shifting egregore. And then, dude, if
that becomes visual, essentially.
All right, the collective egregore wasn't having this asm, I guess. Yeah, but the idea that there could, so again, just to retrace the steps, I know we were talking about this idea of why would something like a placebo effect only be local? Why would it only be one consciousness? Why couldn't there be something similar that's multiplied across many consciousnesses? And if that's the case, again, you get into some extremely schizo territory, because the idea is that if someone really understands how to seed that effect over a long period of time, you literally would be able to control reality. Like, that is a reality control mechanism. If you can shift the collective psychic weight of beliefs so heavily in one direction that it affects reality, that is just like the highest kind of magic. And I'm not even sure if it's a black magic or a white or what it is. You know, it's like
Yeah, I mean, I used to, and this is not me. I'm not like trying to give criticism to that thesis or that's speculation. But like that stuff I used to think about as a kid, like nonstop.
wow.
Like just what what if just thinking about novelty, and I was long before I understood the word novelty, but thinking about all of these things that have never happened in the history of the world, how do we know that there isn't some inherent magic like key that can be unlocked if all, say, like 150,000 people all at once said this one word, like things that just don't happen. I used to just ponder about that all the time, like how could we possibly know that wouldn't have an effect or that wouldn't produce some kind of result because we've never done it. And even if we did it with one word, we hadn't done it with a different word, and we hadn't done it in this condition and that condition. Just kind of playing around with the idea, the scientific method, and applying it to magical like ceremony. I always think about that, and I know to some degree you're not necessarily talking about a spell being cast by all these people, but in a way, sort of a subconscious magnetic pull happening,
like a collective inception almost. Like a collective. So here, dude, here's actually a small idea of like how something like this could work, and it has to do with, you remember when I was telling you about how Hal Puthoff apparently did that experiment where they like predicted the Silver's futures for a while, and I was like, tell me if you understand how this works. So first I saw him talk about it on the conversation between him, Jesse Michaels, and Eric Weinstein, but he didn't really fully explain it. And then when he was on Rogan recently, he explained it much more clearly. And basically what he did is he chose two completely random items and did not tell any of the people he was working with what the items were. So two completely inert items. But in his mind, he decided this item represents up and this item represents down. Then he had people remote view. He would hide those objects and say, like, basically remote view whatever is hidden here. And whatever so it was a group of remote viewers. And then whatever the majority of the remote viewers, like which object it was, they discovered, he went with that outcome. So it's like, let's say I have a long, like a pencil, like a long item, and then a ball or something, like something round and whatever. If the majority of the remote viewers were like, I don't know, I'm seeing something round, and I decided ahead of time that round means the market will go up, then he would bet on up. So that's how he was doing it, right? I almost feel like this might be a collective, like that. Again, what would happen if you collectively did something like that with everyone? Because that almost seems like a placebo effect type thing, because you have these two inert things. And again, there's probably like anybody listening, maybe not, because this is going to be a members podcast. I was just saying, a lot of people listening to this are like, what the fuck? This is the most schizophrenic nonsense I've ever heard in my life. But to me,
welcome to members only section, baby.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, in a way that does sound, it does sound a little bit like a spell to an extent.
Yes.
Because it's hard to, yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, because you know what it's...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it sounds to me like sympathy magic or correspondence magic, like where you're doing something to somehow create this connection built of some unknown quintessence that connects something with something else, with an outcome, with a desire, with a consciousness stream that has somehow been predefined. And then you have this outside interaction with the thing, and maybe that's like the thing that collapses the wave function, or the thing that makes it real somehow is the interaction with the thing that you have decided has a certain meaning. And if you like dig into Western esotericism, and probably not just Western esotericism, but a lot of it works like this. Like, you create associations with something, like a voodoo doll would be one example, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, I think this is like one of those things where if there's something to that maybe that like weird kind of subconscious logic or unconscious logic, where you have an unconscious party and a conscious party forming some kind of consciousness circuit. I don't know, man. It's really hard to explain, but it makes a weird kind of sense.
I'm like looking at because it kind of reminds me of a way. Are you aware of the global consciousness project? The whole like random number generator thing that it's showed like numerous instances where there's like abnormal results that happen just before huge, massive global events, like especially like 9/11 was like the biggest thing they could show you.
Yeah.
That kind of like, I feel like there's a loose connection here to that.
Yes.
But I'd have to like really dig into it more to overtly describe why. But yeah, that's really interesting.
Well, yeah, there's a couple different ways that you could interpret that. One way is totally the Eric
Wargo.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
One way is the Eric Wargo way, which is like the event has somehow already happened in the future. Yep. And the like consciousness waves or the effects of the event are already reaching into the immediate past before it. Yep. Like, so for example, 9/11 is about to occur. Suddenly, I'm remembering this now that you mentioned it. There's a huge fluctuation in the type of, like, it's not as random as it should be anymore. Like, there's this big spike of coherence or something, right, in the random number generators. So that's one way to interpret it. The other way is that it's not determined, but there is some kind of like archetypal energy swelling in the collective psyche of humanity that's having some kind of subtle effect on these devices. And the reason I think it could be that is because it's reminiscent of like what Ingo Swann did when he perturbed the quantum device. Do you remember this experiment that was done right in the early days? It's like his presence and his desire and interaction to. So I'm going to just back up and tell this story real quick, so it's not so people who don't know the story are up to speed. Ingo Swann is the first. He's in many ways like the person who creates the remote viewing system with Hal Puthoff at SRI as part of the whole Project Stargate, formerly classified program. And one of the ways he proved his psychic abilities early on is Hal Puthoff brought him in front of this one-of-a-kind, some kind of quantum detector. I think it like detected quarks or something. And it was extremely, extremely temperature controlled, shielded, so that there could be no electromagnetic interference that would ever get in there. And the only time you would see a perturbation would be if it, sensed some quantum particle or something like that. So you should never see some kind of huge spike in the measurement of that thing unless something's happening. So basically you have this flat line, and then you have Ingo Swann coming along and trying to affect the thing, and he's making the line go crazy, basically. And then they have him do it a couple times to prove that he's really doing it, and he is really doing it. So that's like another, and again, this isn't like psychokinesis on the level of like Professor X or something, like moving boulders with his mind or something. But it is showing, if this is true, that the mind can affect these very subtle forces that do give rise to the building blocks of reality, or they affect like these subatomic levels of reality. And again, what happens if you multiply this logic across everything? Could the latent psychic energy of humanity, as you're pointing to, affect something like a random number generator and this is totally unconscious?
Yeah. That's always been one of the things that really it's like one of the things that really swayed me in terms of like really believing that there is an extreme power and force to the collective unconscious, and that there's just so much going on there that we're unaware of, and certainly in terms of really big reality paradigm shifting events, that there's pretty much proof that we're picking up on it in some way prior to it happening, and that just points to a lot of really interesting questions.
Yeah, like one question would be, let's say you just keep seeding this idea that's going around the UFO UAP zeitgeist right now, that something's going to happen in 2026, something's going to happen in 2027. If you get the like 100th monkey idea, which may be pseudoscience too, the idea that if something is seeded in a small percentage of the population, there's like this tipping point where it somehow psychically seeps into everybody's minds. And like you sort of see this too with Sheldrake's morphogenetic field theory, right? Like if rats solve a maze on the West Coast, and then you run the exact same experiment with different rats somewhere else, they solve the maze faster somehow. And again, like trying to really jump to what could this mean for the effect of collective thought, or even collective unconscious things being implanted in reality. Like, for instance, in this case of what if 50 million, 100 million people start believing that something's going to happen in 2027? What does that do then? Does it do anything? Or, and if so, what? I don't know,
Yeah. I mean, so I think definitely there's a distinct difference in what we're talking about here, which I think are both interesting though. Like one is completely unforeseen, unprophesized events that seemingly the collective unconscious is picking up on in an indistinct way, and causing disruptions in random causing anomalous things to happen. And then there's these seeded prophetic target date type of things that I think we start to get into more of a manifest destiny sort of feedback loop scenario once we start talking about those, and frankly, that's the exact type of thing that I'm worried about when it comes to things like the Middle East, and there's just a lot of different things that over the course of humanity that we've prophesized, and if you have enough people together that strongly believe in said prophecy, who are also, let's say, invested in that thing coming true in any variety of ways, and those, let's say, those same people have power and wealth and the ability to shift things in the world, shift things in reality, then they it can be argued that they have the ability to sort of like manifest this prophecy in a lot of ways and create it as a reality. Now, as those things start to occur, if their finger on the scale is not really noticeable to other people who are also aware of said prophecy, well, then you're going to bring in a whole lot more believers in said thing. And to your point, even if there is a finger on the scale, what happens when you have that, you kind of hit critical mass in belief, and maybe there's even another element that does come into this that is sort of metaphysical and sort of unpredictable in a way. And yeah, I certainly spend too much time thinking about that kind of thing.
So what if in this case the Hal put off market go up or market go down is apocalypse or heightening of consciousness? You know what I'm saying? Like if the evangelical nutcases in geopolitics with nukes who want like a biblical apocalypse to occur win out psychically, then that's what happens. If the I don't know, people who are preaching like there's going to be a revealing, a heightening of consciousness, like McKenna, or like even Chris Bledsoe's is a version of that. Like we're going to have some kind of heightening of consciousness that occurs when this astrological alignment happens. Like maybe it's just a matter of like which way is the collective psycho-spiritual archetypal collective unconscious scale tipping. If it's tipping toward apocalypse happens. If it's tipping toward heightening of consciousness happens. That's fucking scary.
Yeah, that's one of those things very similar to how I operate on like an aircraft. I don't want to think about all the different things that could go wrong. I'd rather just be back there and like just give me a fucking drink, dude.
It's like I was just flying back from Austin a few days ago, and I was listening to I think it was Skinwalkers at the Pentagon. I was listening to part of, and there was something about a plane crash, and it was like just like I hate when that shit happens.
La 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 la.
Yeah.
I mean, on this same topic, I was mentioning a little bit about the whole like hyperstition thing.
Yes.
And to you yesterday and earlier today. I mean, all this stuff falls right in line with it. In a very basic sense, hyperstition is this term that started getting kicked around by a lot of these Silicon Valley adjacent people in the AI world, but certainly by this guy Nick Land, who I think he's from the UK, but and this is certainly not me. I'm not giving a stamp of approval to these people. A lot of them have some pretty ghoulish philosophies, but I do think hyperstition is a really interesting concept, and essentially, it's a combination. I think the word is like a made up word, combining superstition and sort of like hyper reality, and the idea is very simple. It's just that over the course of humanity, we've created all these fictional characters and fictional story arcs that essentially start to like reverberate and sort of like create a feedback loop into reality, and we start to create the things that we have, the things that we wrote into fiction start to find themselves in our reality, and not just in a way of like, oh well, science fiction is building off of basic concepts that eventually would be, a lot of those people did their research and started to like kind of project into the future and imagine. Right. But there's even weirder things like, people's names and strange things that start to come back in ways that are just like absolutely bizarre. And yeah, I think a lot of this stuff falls into this strange realm. I mean, it's a very broad idea that can be applied to all types of different things, from the very simple and sort of indescript to very specific, like that weird Pope thing that I shared with you yesterday.
Yes.
For instance,
we got to talk about. We got to talk about that specifically because it is it's mind-blowingly creepy. And again, I'll preempt this by saying, I don't know how likely Pope names are. Like maybe it's already an educated guess to expect that there will be a Leo the 14th at some point. But I think my counter argument to that would be, you don't get a new Pope very often. You know, like we'll have like a handful in our lifetime at most. So even just guessing from the list of options has to be probably greater than chance, I would assume. But yeah, with that, tell this version of this sort of speaking to what hyperstition looks like.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, this was just a basic example of that. And you're right. I mean, we should look into how these names, these Pope names, are actually, decided upon. But so this is just a tweet by Dr. Disclosure. Says, Red Alert, Disclosure Pope. This is real. A sci-fi short story published 20 years ago featured a fictional Pope named Leo XIV. Yep. Exactly the name of the new Pope. In the story, a UFO arrives. The Pope weeps and then says, "That thing out there looks like a craft from another world because it is a craft from another world. And it has come to the Pope's kingdom because it is the kingdom of the Pope." And it says coincidence or prophecy. And there's like a lot of different other examples of this kind of stuff. I remember we were kicking around that funny, like very old written story about Trump and like Barron Trump. And we got to flash that up on the screen too. So
let's actually pull that up quick if you want to just Google
the Barron Trump thing.
Yeah, because even just the AI, whatever pops up right away, would probably sum it up pretty well. Otherwise, I can try to.
The Barron Trump novels. Ingersoll Lockwood authored 2 children's novels in the late 1800s, Travels and Adventures of Little Baron Trump and His Wonderful Dog, Bulger, and Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey. And these stories follow a young aristocrat named Baron Trump who embarks on fantastical adventures guided by a mentor named Don.
Oh, wow, I forgot about that part, yeah.
Notably, Baron resides in Castle Trump.
What?
And his journeys begin in Russia.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah. So like this is like a perfect example of what we're talking about.
It is.
And you're just like, what the fuck? Like, it seems extremely coincidental, and sure, like even if you want to say this is all coincidence, it just becomes uncanny at a certain point,
right?
And you're just like, yeah. As it continues to occur, it's hard for me to say this isn't a real phenomenon,
Right.
And it does start to pull at all of the strings of someone who tried to like look under the hood and figure out, how does synchronicity work? Like how if this is a magical principle, like what is occurring there? And you start thinking about all these things, and it always would bring me back to some strange idea that relates to a simulation or some type of like, data source that is populating reality, and just it like glitches out in certain ways and replicates itself in spots where it shouldn't, but it's there. That's what it feels like. It just gives me this very strange feeling of a program of sorts,
Totally. Yeah. Either going that route or the route of some version of, the Western esoteric or Platonic sort of nested hierarchical reality structure, where you have the more real causative forces existing in less material realms, right? So the densest realm of nature and cause and effect of physical things is actually not the realm that creates reality. Rather, that is a part of reality that is affected downstream of what we would call psychical effects, or effects in the sort of, if you want to put it in Jungian terms, collective unconscious, or the nous, the mind. And if those things are out there in the mind, that person's imagination could have touched on those things 150 years ago in ways that are like, these concepts are all connected, right? In a constellation of associations that are very close to one another. And they somehow stumbled across that through their imagination. And then it instantiates in reality in a very harmonic way later. Like that's one way to look at it. Again, another way to look at it is the Wargo way, right? It's like this person was tapping into something in the future that was going to happen, and then it like traveled back in time somehow to hit their awareness. It's like, I don't know what the truth is, but yeah, it's trying to just dismiss stuff like that as like pure chance is just so unsatisfying to me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have a very difficult time, even in my most skeptical mindset, looking at that and just trying to grok the probabilities of that. It feels insane. And it feels as if I'm betraying the very principle and sort of instinct that drives me to be skeptical and to not believe things on face value. It's like the inverse of that. Oh, I'm going to just disbelieve that there could be anything weird or like happening here when it's screaming at you. Like, this is so bizarre and not easily explained away. So
Yeah, it really, starts to get into some territory where you can easily go down the slippery slope of feeling like you ultimately have almost no agency, because we're just in an ocean of forces that we don't even have a direct awareness of, that we're only living, almost like, I mean, I don't believe that we're completely puppets for forces that we don't understand, but I think it's Hillman, might be Jung, has some kind of quote to that effect, that we're being lived by forces that we don't understand, or we're being puppeted by these forces that we're only barely aware of, if we're aware of them at all. And I guess an interesting point of conversation would be, what do you think those forces could be, and how do you gain awareness of those forces if they're real? I suspect that they are real, and I don't know, I could construct different versions depending on like what mythology appeals to me or other people. Like, I think Dolan or someone like that would say, like, yeah, these are like super advanced other beings from other worlds that are like seeding a certain evolutionary path or something. I wouldn't go quite that route, but I'd be in the neighborhood of that, I think. I just don't think I wouldn't go to aliens as we think about them. I would go to subject to the scientific method, and you drill down to reality by deconstructing it and then taking off the pieces and figuring out what each piece does, and now you understand
He doesn't have a lot of meat. Yeah, it's like you think that's what I've been watching all along, primarily. They throw in a fantasy movie or a Lord of the Rings or Ben Hur or something on the in between. But the truth is, it's the opposite. Yeah, it's kind of funny, isn't it? What's that?
Egypt's primary birth god, whose cult women were especially devoted to. The fashioner, the potter who creates all beings. His hymns are full of literal, often surprising references to the advanced knowledge of the ancients regarding physiology and biological processes. The extremely popular Khnum has always functioned on the border between the great national cults and these local folk beliefs, also as a deity of the Nile, a guardian who knows its secret source, who manually regulates the floods. What's really behind the enigmatic image of the ram-headed god? Hello everyone, my name's Irena. Welcome to my channel Ancient Sites Girl. I invite you to a podcast about the history of ancient Egypt. Today I'll tell you about one of its oldest and most important gods, Khnum, who seems to be somewhat forgotten today. What was the role of this incredibly complex deity for 3,000 years? What role did his animal play in Egyptian religiosity? And what do we know about Khnum's followers and cult centers? To find the answers to these questions, we will reach, as usual, for original ancient texts. The image of the ram is omnipresent in Egyptian religious iconography. During the 3,000 years of the pharaonic state, the figure of the ram was probably most often used in the context of divinity, and not without reason. For Egyptians, it was a universal symbol of the most important aspects of reality, such as fertility, potency, reproduction, the waters of the Nile, fertile alluvial soil, rebirth, and eternal life. The pastoral societies of prehistoric Egypt raised sheep for meat, milk, skins, and wool. But since at least the Old Kingdom, these animals had another important function. From the numerous wonderfully preserved reliefs of Pyramid Age mastabas, we know that shepherds drove flocks of sheep led by rams through the sown alluvial soil, freshly deposited by the Nile. The flocks fertilized the soil and pressed down the seeds. So very early on, rams were associated with soil emerging from the flood waters, which brought to mind the primordial land emerging from the primeval ocean, the Ben Mound, as it was called in Heliopolis, Tatanen in Memphis. So we've identified with the first land, then also with the cosmic primeval ocean Nun, from which Benben emerged. Rams were therefore associated with the waters of chaos surrounding the universe from all sides, and also with the main characters of cosmogonic myths, the great creator gods. It could be the solar demiurge Atum Ra, and especially his nocturnal manifestation, the ram-headed god traversing the afterlife, in Ramessid times called Osiris Ra. It could also be Amun, strongly associated with the primeval ocean Nun, the primordial god, the creator whose hidden, mysterious nature was worshipped in Thebes, the capital of the Middle Kingdom. Also, the Memphite Tatanen was sometimes depicted as a ram, or more precisely his strange manifestation, the god shown with 4 ram heads, worshipped in Memdes, called Baneb Jedet, as well as the creator worshipped in Heracleopolis, Herishef, he who is on his lake, and finally, worshipped in Esna and on the southern borders of Egypt, Khnum. The rams symbolized the floods of the Nile, the source of which flowed from the primeval ocean, Nun. The floods meant new life, the rebirth of nature, and abundant harvests. The ancient Egyptians associated the process of cultivating plants with sexual behavior, and their ram gods with fertility, especially male fertility. Since the earliest times, since the spread of agriculture, a traditionally male occupation in Egypt, male deities of fertility and potency were to ensure abundant harvests. The harvest season was celebrated with processions of ethephalic statues of deities, such as Min and later Osiris, and phallic totems were erected in the fields in their honor. The hieroglyphic symbol of the phallus was used as a determinative for the creation of grain and for fields fertilized by the flooding Nile. The Egyptians, who carefully observed nature, noticed, of course, that the reproductive organs of rams are proportionally larger than those of males of other species. The size of a ram's testicles in relation to its body mass can be 25 times greater than that of the average man. The age-old cult of fertility was particularly strong in the cult of Khnum, as we'll soon find out. Khnum and his counterparts from other regions of Egypt were depicted with a distinctive wavy set of horizontal horns. This is a feature of an extinct subspecies of Barbary sheep called Ovis longipes paleo aegypticus. It seems that these sheep became extinct in Egypt already at the end of the Middle Kingdom, around the 18th century BC, but their corkscrew horns remained an important iconographic element until late antiquity. They decorated a particularly extensive hem crown, which was often assigned to deities. It combined Osirian and solar elements. Most often, the hem included the triple crown of Osiris, Atef, as well as solar discs and uraei. During the Middle Kingdom, a new breed of sheep from Asia was introduced to Egypt, the now also extinct Ovis platyra aegypticus. This species is better known to us from ancient statues. Its spiral horns can be seen, for example, on the ram-headed sphinxes that adorn the sanctuary of Amun in Karnak. Freestanding statues of Khnum also have spiral horns, while in reliefs and paintings he is more often shown with the traditional horizontal wavy horns. The ram-headed pharaoh, strutting or sitting on a throne, the most popular of Khnum's images, was created relatively late. In the Old Kingdom, he was almost always shown as an animal, and this was the time when his cult seems to have been the strongest, with a distinctly national character. Khnum, representing kingship, was chosen as a patron deity by the ruler of the 4th dynasty, the famous Khufu, the creator of the Great Pyramid of Giza from the 26th century BC. Khufu's full name was Khnum Khufu, protected by Khnum, whereas his Horus name was Hor Magjedu, Horus the Smiter. So here we have the names of the early dynastic supreme god Horus and Khnum, who act as the chief deities of the kingdom, a role that would soon, during the reign of the next ruler, Khafre, be assumed by the Heliopolitan god of the sun. Based on fragmentary evidence, we can state that during the peak of the solar cult, which falls during the 5th and 6th dynasties, Khnum's position declines. The degraded Ram god in the pyramid texts appears as inferior to Ra, protector and above all builder of his solar bark. Ikhet bark that Khnum created, as we read in the pyramid texts. His high position as maker of human beings, their bodies, as well as creator of the life force Ka and the creative power shaping all living organisms, will return with the spells of the Middle Kingdom coffin texts. The word Khnum in the language of the ancient Egyptians means source, but also well and cistern. According to researchers using the transcription of the so-called classical Egyptian language formed in the Middle Kingdom, his name was pronounced Khenemu or Kanamau. In time, this word was transformed into the Coptic Khnum, from which via Greek comes commonly used today the English name Khnum. It's believed that this word was the prototype for both Arabic and Berber names for sheep. The Egyptians themselves probably called sheep and rams the onomatopoeic Ba. In any case, the Egyptians wouldn't be themselves if the name of such an important deity didn't have more than one meaning. So his name is also a theological formula. Khenem means to join, to unite, which refers to the most important function of Khnum, the creator and guardian of all living creatures. The creation of man on a potter's wheel is a theological concept that has appeared in Egyptian religion since the beginning of written sources. At least since the Middle Kingdom, this idea has been associated with the ram-headed god. Khnum is the maker of all living creatures. He constantly designs, creates, but also supervises all life functions. He is the guardian of the living, the god of life, or rather the personification of this very important function of the creator god, which is to call new life into the world. On the columns of the temple of his Upper Egypt Great Sanctuary in Esna, we read, Great God, foremost of the Ennead, who assembled everybody on his potter's wheel, procreating Ram, who makes semen in bones, and bound the seed of gods and people, who creates the egg and enlivens the chick, who made the gods, who produces humans and begets all living things. For Khnum, bull with testicles, who assembles wombs, having created all that exists. As we've just heard, the great Ram god is endowed with the traditional attributes of male fertility, but at the same time, he represents the female principle, his potter's wheel, commonly associated with the womb. Khnum is the omnipresent creative force, which operates through the union of the female and male elements, resulting in the creation of man. Using modern language, the process he directed could be considered the combining of cells as a result of conception and the further growth of new life, the development of the fetus in the mother's womb, as Khnum spent 9 months modeling a new being. He's entitled The Mother Who Bore the Gods and The Sole One Who Gave Birth to Mankind, Mother and Father of everyone. Like Atum, known from Heliopolitan myths, self-fertilizing and giving birth to the first pair of gods, Khnum doesn't need a partner to create new life. He is the procreation himself. It seems that Khnum's worshippers were especially fascinated by the process taking place on his famous attribute, the potter's wheel. Among the titles of Khnum inscribed on the beautiful colonnade of the great hypostyle hall in Esna, we read, The great potter who assembles flesh all around it, so it's affixed by hand upon the womb in the woman. Breath of life who unites with wombs. He who assembles within the womb, he made the woman give birth when the womb reaches its time. There was nobody else who might awaken you in the womb, who might expel you from her belly. I kept you healthy in the womb. I fashion all wombs. His tool was the main focus of the festival of the installation of the potter's wheel, held at Esna in the third month of the season of the emergence, around early March. The most interesting part took place late in the evening, when the women of Esna brought real potter's wheels into the temple as a gift for Khnum. No male priest could be present during this ceremony. Placing the wheels before the god statue hidden in the shrine, the women sang litanies. The mollified Khnum then began to work on the wheel, tirelessly shaping countless human and animal beings, as well as the entire creation, for in Esna he was worshipped as the great creator god Khnum Ra. The women participating in the ceremony believed that this creative divine energy also encompassed their own wombs, which would result in the desired pregnancy. Knum's role in the birthing process was, as it was believed, essential. Without his intervention, conception just couldn't take place. In the Middle Kingdom didactic text known as the Admonitions of Ipuwer, we read, "Women are barren, none conceive. Khnum does not fashion because of the state of the land." The multitude of hymns to Khnum that have survived to this day, especially those written on the walls and columns of his temple at Esna, give us excellent insight into the worldview of the ancients concerning the nature of life, its meaning, and the way it functions. We know, for example, that they considered the moment of conception to be the beginning of life, in which they would undoubtedly agree with contemporary Christian theologians. The hymns also demonstrate great knowledge of biological mechanisms, such as the need for oxygen for the survival of the fetus in the mother's womb, or the rich bone vascularization. In the so-called physiological hymn to Khnum, we read, "With the fluid of blood, he gives life to the bones, and he placed marrow inside the bones so that they could function as they should. He also causes the woman, when her womb is ready, to receive life and develop, until the moment when he opens it, when he appoints the proper time. Behold, also by his grace the throat is nourished by breath, and he commands the air to reach the embryo. And he covers the members with skin. He also builds the bones of the skull. He opens the eyes, drills the ears, fills the body with the breath of life. He creates the mouth for eating, the esophagus for swallowing it, the tongue for speaking, and the jaws for opening the mouth, the throat for receiving fluids, the saliva for spitting and swallowing, the heart to direct everything, loins to lift the member to enable conception, the bottom for emptying the impurities and for sitting gracefully, and for holding the feces at night." After 9 months, Khnum finished his work. The fetus was fully formed and ready to leave the mother's womb. Birth was the moment when Khnum withdrew as a guardian deity. However, it didn't mean the end of divine care. On the contrary, during this dangerous time for the life of the child and the mother, care was taken over by numerous, often minor, guardian deities. Among them Hecate, a goddess with a frog's head, in some regions considered Khnum's wife, a deity as ancient as his. She offers the breath of life to the child. She was shown sitting at a potter's wheel, holding the Ankh symbol to the child's mouth. These scenes were beautifully illustrated on numerous reliefs in the mortuary temple of Hatshepsut in Deir el-Bahri, Thebes. As is known, Hatshepsut, daughter of Thutmose I and his great royal wife Ahmose, after the death of her husband and brother Thutmose II, ruled Egypt as regent for her young stepson Thutmose III. Although he inherited the throne as the son of Thutmose II's secondary wife, he was marginalized by Hatshepsut, who herself seized the throne, declaring herself the sixth pharaoh of the 18th dynasty in 1472 BC. The usurper badly needed legitimization of her power. She found help among the clergy of Karnak, priests of the Thutmose's guardian deity, Amun-Ra. The Egyptians learned then that Hatshepsut wasn't the daughter of the pharaoh, but directly of the highest of the gods, Amun-Ra, which was to be proven by the monumental scenes carved on her temples. Among them we see the god being intimate with Queen Ahmose. Amun sneaked into the palace to beget the divine Hatshepsut. These scenes were explained in detail. Quote, Then Amun-Ra returned and was enthroned among the gods, and he summoned to his presence Khnum, the creator, he who fashions the bodies of men, who dwells beside the rushing waters of the cataract. To Khnum he gave command, saying, Khnum, fashioner of the bodies of men, fashion for me my daughter, she who shall be the great queen of Egypt. For I will give to her all life and satisfaction, all stability and all joy of heart forever. Khnum the creator, the fashioner of the bodies of men, the dweller by the cataract, made answer to Amun-Ra. I will form for thee thy daughter, and her form shall be more glorious than the gods, for the greatness of her dignity as king of the south and north. Then he brought his potter's wheel, and took clay, and with his hands he fashioned the body of the daughter of Queen Ahmose, and the body of her Ka, and the body of the child, and the body of the Ka were alike in their limbs and their faces, and none but the gods could know them apart. Beautiful were they with the beauty of Amun-Ra, more glorious were they than the gods. Among the reliefs, Khnum stands out, who, accompanied by the goddess Hecate, shapes the bodies of two children on a potter's wheel. One of them is Hatshepsut, the other is her Ka. Ka is one of the most important aspects of the Egyptian soul, a universal vital essence, first given according to the Heliopolitan cosmogony to the first pair of gods born of Atum in the first time, Zeptepi. Ka is born with man as his spiritual twin, and is modeled similarly to the human body by Khnum himself. Ka plays the role of a guardian accompanying the body through life, similar to the Roman genius or the Christian guardian angel, with the difference that Ka wasn't responsible for the psyche and morality of man, but for maintaining the condition of the body. Ka manages human physiology, and after death it stays in the tomb, protects its twin, not allowing him to fully die but to continue to exist, inhabiting the necropolis as long as the Ka is fed by the deceased relatives. This was to be served by the altars, known to us from the funerary chapels of the Old and Middle Kingdom, built in front of false doors, from behind which Ka was supposed to reach for offerings of food and drink. These beliefs of the ancient Egyptians had a huge impact on their lives. Although the daily feeding of the Ka of all the deceased family members was expensive, sometimes even impossible, the omission of offerings could, as it was believed, lead to the Ka extorting food from the living relatives. Wishing to avoid unwanted visits, the Egyptians had from the earliest times created a special category of lower priests called Hemka, servants of the Ka, who for a small fee took on all those duties. In the Book of the Dead, we read, "You are my Ka within my body, the Khnum who prospers my limbs." Sometimes in funeral texts, the word Khnum means the same as Ka, and living Khnum refers to the spirit of the deceased living in the afterlife. To the kingdom of Osiris, the afterlife, went another immortal part of man, Ba. This concept corresponds somewhat more to the modern idea of the soul. Ba is a mobile entity which, after a man's death, leaves his body and tomb and sets off for the afterlife. Once only the pharaoh had such a perspective, but the religion of Osiris, which appeared in the late Old Kingdom, opened the heavens for everyone. Interestingly, sometimes the word Ba was written using the sign of a ram, which, as we already know, the Egyptians called Ba. The deceased, on the other hand, were often described using the symbol of a scarab, Keper, he who becomes, but as a scarab with a ram's head, which actually meant he who became a soul. As the creator of Ka, Khnum was commonly identified with the human soul as such. Both Kas and bodies were modeled by him like pottery, so naturally he also became the protector of potters. The material he created from doesn't allow us to forget his most likely original functions. A deity associated with the Nile, its sediment, and generally with water, with which as the god of life he had to be associated. The creation of man was considered to be the result of perfect balance, the mutual interaction of two forces, water and earth. As a good potter, Khnum couldn't use too much or too little water, but only the right amount, so that the material would gain the right density for processing. Such a harmoniously shaped man is destined to function in a community organized according to divine law, a collective serving Ma'at. In Egyptian religious texts, man, apart from the king of course, took on individual characteristics only after death. There's no Egyptian text about the first human pair, about the creation of individual first people. Instead, the god Khnum constantly creates each new body and endows it with life. Humans have either always existed, according to cosmogonic myths, or was created along the way, more as a side effect than from the creator's intentions. For example, in the myths about the solar eye, the wandering goddess, or the heavenly cow, we learn that Atum-Ra, moved by the return of his daughter, cried, and from his tears humans were created. The emotional exaltation and unclear view caused by the crying of the god were supposed to explain the imperfection of human beings. the accidental creation rather than a conscious, planned act. Humanity appears in the world unexpectedly and immediately as a whole. We find an interesting exception in a hymn written on one of the columns of the Temple of Khnum in Esna from Roman times. It concerns the creation of foreign, non-Egyptian peoples who were created to share their wealth with Egypt. Quote, formed all on his potter's wheel. Their speech differs each region and clashes with that of Egypt. He created precious things in their lands that they might bear their products abroad. For the Lord of the will is their father too. Tatanen, who made all that is on their soil. They produce their supplies, thus the people of Ibhat, to nourish themselves and their children. The wheel turns every day. The modeling of men from clay seems to be a common motive among the creation myths of the ancient Middle East. Some scholars find in their opinion many analogies between the cosmogonic myths of Egypt, especially those of Memphis, and the biblical book of Genesis, its first part about the creation of the world. The fragment concerning the creation of humans can only be compared to the elephantine cosmogony, a tradition that focuses on the creation of biological life by Khnum. According to some, the Old Testament creator may have originally been seen as a potter, forming the first man. Both Egyptian and Hebrew texts use the phrase breath of life to make man a living being. However, these very interesting issues deserve a separate podcast. Khnum means source. It was clear to every Egyptian that the ram-headed god was the guardian of the source of their mighty sacred river. Khnum personified the mythical source of the Nile, which was supposed to flow from a mysterious cave located somewhere under his island, Elephantine. Each year, Khnum personally opened a canal connecting the river with the cosmic primeval ocean Nun, thus causing the life-giving flooding of the Nile. So every year he created Hapi, the flooding Nile. Hapi was depicted by the Egyptians as a naked man with blue skin, hanging breasts and a large belly, symbolizing fertility. Khnum's divine island, Elephantine, was thus known and revered by all Egyptians as a sacred place, situated somewhere on the southern frontier of the Pharaonic Empire. It was a symbolic boundary between Egypt and Nubia, like the nearby First Cataract of the Nile. Elephantine is the Greek name for the island, by the Egyptians called Abu, an elephant. And indeed, the numerous rounded granite boulders surrounding the island must have reminded them of elephants resting by the river. Interestingly, the North African elephant, which became extinct in the 4th century AD, was quite common in ancient Lower Nubia. It's also known that it was used as a war elephant in the Ptolemaic army. Now part of the city of Aswan, Elephantine was the ancient capital of the first nome of Upper Egypt and the largest center of the cult of Khnum, who, however, adopted the title Neb Abu, Lord of Elephantine, only in the New Kingdom. Previously, this title was held by Satet, the ancient goddess of the sources of the Nile, identified with Sirius, and at the same time a warlike defender of the southern borders. She who shoots at the Nubian invaders. Her first temple on the island was probably built in pre-dynastic times, before 3000 BC, and was expanded over the next 3,000 years. The cult of Khnum, according to archaeologists, appeared on the island during the Third Dynasty. He formed the Elephantine Triad with Satet and their mythological daughter, Anuket. The latter, the Lady of the Cataract and protector of the southern border, was identified with the daughter of the sun, the solar eye of Khnum Ra. Her characteristic image with a high-plumed headdress is ubiquitous on the island of Sehel, located below the first cataract, a magical place that I had the chance to visit. It's a steep and rocky place, bristling with granite boulders decorated with numerous inscriptions and images of gods. They were scratched on for thousands of years. Among them is the most famous famine stela, inscribed into a large natural block of granite, probably in the time of Ptolemy V in the 2nd century BC. The hieroglyphic text, decorated with the image of the king and the Elephantine Triad, tells the story of a terrible crisis, a great 7-year famine that hit the country at the threshold of the Old Kingdom in the 18th year of the reign of the legendary Djoser. We read, Happy had failed to come in time in a period of 7 years. Grain was scant, kernels were dried up, scarce was every kind of food. Every man robed his twin, those who entered didn't go. Children cried, youngsters fell, the hearts of the old were grieving. Legs drawn up, they hugged the ground, their arms clasped about them. Courtiers were needy, temples were shut, shrines covered with dust. Everyone was in distress. To resolve the crisis, Djoser sends his official and architect, the famous Imhotep, to search for the source of the Nile. Imhotep describes the source he found. Quote, There is a town in the midst of the deep, surrounded by Hapi, Abu by name. It is first of the first known to Wawat, earthly elevation, celestial hill, seat of Ra when he prepares to give life to every face. Its temple's name is Joy of Life. Twin Caverns is the water's name. They are the breasts that nourish all. It is the house of sleep of Happy. He grows young in it in his time. It is the place whence he brings the flood. Imhotep then describes the temple of the Ram god. Quote, A wall, guarded day and night, separates the Nubians. There is a mountain massif in its eastern region of Levantine, containing all the ores, all the precious stones, and all the things sought for building the temples of the gods of the north and south. The stalls for sacred animals, the pyramid for the king, all statues that stand in temples and in sanctuaries. According to the account, Khnum appeared in person to sleeping on the island Imhotep and basically explained the entire Elephantine theology to him. Quote, I am Khnum, your creator. My arms are around you, to steady your body, to safeguard your limbs. I am master of creation. I have created myself, the great ocean which came into being in past times, according to whose pleasure the Nile rises. For I am the master who makes. I am he who makes himself exalted in Nun, who first came forth, happy, who harries at will, fashioner of every body, guide of each man to their hour. I am Tenon, father of gods, the great Shu, living on the shore. The 2 caves are in a trench below me. It's up to me to let loose the well. I know the Nile. Urge him to the field. I urge him, life appears in every nose. I will make the Nile swell for you, without there being a year of lack and exhaustion in the whole land. So the plants will flourish, bending under their fruit. Djoser, grateful to the great god for his intervention, decreed the granting of large estates to the temple, the shores in the vicinity of Elephantine with their ports and settlements, and the right to high duties levied by the temple on all goods brought to Egypt from Nubia. The privileges were granted irrevocably and forever. Although the text of the famine stela is written in an archaic style characteristic of the Pyramid Age, most scholars agree that it's merely propaganda by the priests of Khnum from the 2nd century BC, a publicized protest reaction to the expansion of the neighboring religious center, the sanctuary of Isis on the island of Philae, an expansion that threatened the interests of the much older sanctuary of Khnum. We know that the cult of Isis flourished in Ptolemaic times, and the influence of her priests reached far beyond the southern borders. This wasn't the first problem that the priests of Khnum had to face. Thanks to the discovery of numerous letters from Persian times, from the first Egyptian satrapy 200 years before the famine stela, we know that at that time the priests fought to maintain control over their own island. Elephantine under Persian rule was a cosmopolitan city, where in addition to the Egyptians, there were Babylonians, Bactrians, Caspians, Persians, and Arameans serving in the Achaemenid army. The island was inhabited by especially many Hebrews, as the Persian occupiers placed a strong garrison of Hebrew mercenaries here. And in the 6th century BC, in the immediate vicinity of the Temple of Khnum, they built their own temple. Although, according to archaeologists, it more resembled the tent of meeting from the book of Exodus than Solomon's temple in Jerusalem, it was similar in size. Interestingly, in addition to Yahweh, the Elephantine Hebrews worshipped his divine consort, Anat, as the Queen of Heaven. They also made bloody sacrifices of lambs, the sacred animal of Khnum, which had to lead to conflict. Moses himself understood this well and 1,000 years earlier was supposed to have told the Pharaoh, "It is not right to do so, for we would be sacrificing the abomination of the Egyptians to the Lord our God. If we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, then will they not stone us?" Anyway, the Egyptians had to act cautiously. They took advantage of the absence of the Persian satrap in Egypt to bribe the governor of Elephantine, a certain Phidrangga. In an undated letter, he is accused of accepting a large bribe from the priests of Khnum. In 411 BC, a revolt broke out. The hated temple of Yahweh was devastated by Egyptian soldiers under the command of Phidrangga's son. To the great satisfaction of the Hebrew colonists, both Phidrangga and the other rioters were executed, but their temple wasn't rebuilt, and the Hebrew colony soon disappeared. In Ptolemaic times, Elephantine was visited by kings. It was famous for its oracle, the sacred animal, a ram, which was the living incarnation of Khnum. Through movements interpreted by the priests, issued daily prophecies written down by temple scribes. They concerned both state affairs and matters related to the daily affairs of the Egyptians. Such sacred rams prophesied also in Mendes, Thebes, and Heracleopolis. Ram prophecies must have been very popular since the word sheep or ram also meant prophecy or prediction. Of course, the sacred rams of Elephantine were mummified. in a position resembling a sphinx. To achieve this effect, the hind legs tendons were cut. Interestingly, after death, the horns of sacred rams were cut off. Perhaps they were later used as part of the ceremonial headdresses by Khnum's priests. Nevertheless, all this ended in Roman times when Elephantine clearly declined. Khnum had no Greek equivalent, and for the Romans he was an unknown, rather distant and exotic deity. The Phoenician-Roman philosopher from the 3rd century AD, Porphyry of Tyre, reported his journey up the Nile. Quote, "At the city of Elephantine, there's an image worshipped which in other respects is fashioned in the likeness of a man and sitting. It is of blue color, and has a ram's head and a diadem, bearing the horns of a goat, above which is a quoit-shaped circle. He sits with a vessel of clay beside him, on which he is moulding the figure of a man." The cult of Khnum, however, continued to flourish in another center of Upper Egypt, 64 kilometers south of Thebes, Esna, known to the Greeks as Latopolis. It was home to a beautiful Ptolemaic temple. Only the hypostyle hall survives today, in surprisingly good condition. Its magnificently decorated columns are inscribed with cartouches of Roman emperors and hymns to the temple's chief deity, Khnum Ra, Lord of Esna. Here he forms a triad with the goddess of abundant harvest, Neptui, stubborn and capricious, who could take the dangerous form of the lioness-headed solar goddess, Menhit, a kind of Nubian equivalent of Sekhmet. The triad also includes the child of Khnum and Neptui, Heka, the cosmic creative power, magic, which in Esna is symbolized by the figure of a naked child with a finger in his mouth, a side lock, and the hem-hem crown on his head. Although the temple is devoted primarily to Khnum Ra, he shares it with another important deity, the prehistoric mother goddess Neith, worshipped at Sais in the Nile Delta as the self-born of the waters of chaos Nun, the great creator. Khnum is mainly depicted in the southern part of the temple, in accordance with the location of his main cult center on Elephantine, whereas images of Neith decorate the northern part of the temple, so she's closer to her Sais. In fact, both deities represent a single, nameless, all-powerful creator god who has revealed himself as both the male god Khnum Ra and the female deity Neith.
Introducing Gemini in Gmail, AI that thoughtfully summarizes conversations and helps craft professional responses so you can stay ahead of that never-ending inbox. Make emailing the easiest part of your day with Gemini for Google Workspace.
Bounty Mega Roll, 4 rolls in 1.
In ancient times, the temple was called interchangeably Temple of the Father and Temple of the Mother. In Esna, Khnum was identified not only with the sun, but also with the Memphite creator Ptah and the oldest deities of the Great Ennead. In one of the hymns we read, "For Khnum Ptah Tatanen, great Nun, father of the gods, for Khnum who arose from Nun while the earth was in darkness, who made what is and created what exists, for Khnum who hid his name from his children, who made secret his body for those who came forth from him. For Khnum Ptah Shu, who created what exists, he began the wind. One hears his voice, but he is not seen. For Khnum, the very great, august column of air, of millions of cubits, he who supports the sky through his handiwork. For Khnum Ptah, who lifts up the sky, Heh, who elevates Nut. For Khnum, who establishes the firmament through his handiwork. For Khnum, who made the duat for his corpse, along with the blessed dead. For Khnum, Ba, who sails across the sky, encircling those above and below. For Khnum, great sun disk, who shines in the Akhet, millions see through his beautiful face. Khnum Ra of Esna was therefore the only god who contains the entire universe, manifested in millions of forms. But the rites of Esna focus on one most important aspect of the creator for the ancient Egyptians, the creator of life. This was the purpose of the aforementioned bringing of the pottery wheels by women, as well as the morning hymns sung every day by the priest to the statue of the god, the ram-headed Khnum, the source of life. I hope you learned something new about the beliefs of ancient Egyptians. Thank you for listening. Please let me know in the comments what you'd like to hear about next time. I'd also like to thank all my patrons. You know that without you, it wouldn't be possible. I truly appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much. If you don't support me yet but would like to, I placed my Patreon link below in the description. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Goodbye, and see you on the next one.
With over 2 billion monthly users, YouTube Ads makes it easy to expand your reach, target the right audience, and turn viewers into customers. Let your business be seen with YouTube Ads.
The ancient Egyptian term Nut simply means sky, so it's no wonder that she's omnipresent in the pharaonic religion as its primeval and permanent element, one of the most important. Nut is both the heroine and the arena of most Egyptian myths. Outside of Egypt, however, this goddess is a real anomaly. As in all other ancient Mediterranean cultures, almost exclusively male sky deities were worshipped. Her incredible, unique image stimulates the imagination, shown as a naked woman with a body covered in stars. Her arched celestial body is the vault of heaven, separating the world of human experience from that which was outside, the obscure, dark, cold, infinite watery expanse known as Nun. Nut is the interface between the outer cosmos and this world. It's a gigantic body of water on which the gods, the souls of the dead, and the stars navigate in their barks. All cosmic activity takes place in her body. Mother of the sun, the heavenly cow, called mistress of all, the one who bears the gods, mother of the gods. She is magnificent and mighty in the house of creation, as well as she is the one great in the sky. In her womb, as in a watery cocoon, the pharaohs, her children, came back to life and gained immortality. Nut is a universal mother endowed with reviving, life-restoring powers. She lifts the head of her dead son Osiris and gives him the breath of life. Egyptian sarcophagi were therefore identified with Nut, from whose body the deceased was reborn to new life. Who was this extraordinary goddess, who, although loved and respected by all Egyptians, never had her own temples or specific place of worship. Hello everyone, my name's Irena. Welcome to my channel Ancient Sites Girl. I invite you to a podcast about the history of ancient Egypt. Today I'll tell you about one of the most important, certainly one of the oldest Egyptian deities. Nut is for some a relic of the prehistoric cult of the Mother Goddess, for others, the primeval personification of the Milky Way. To better understand her origins, functions, and role in Egyptian mythology, as usual, we'll reach for the original ancient texts. Nut, along with most of the Great Ennead, the group of the first 9 gods, appears for the first time in the Heliopolitan cosmogonic myth, written on the chambers walls inside the Pyramid of Unas, the oldest version of the so-called pyramid texts from the 24th century BC. Most scholars agree that the text refers to much older religious traditions, early dynastic and even prehistoric beliefs of the inhabitants of Heliopolis, the ancient Iono, a once powerful political center of the southern delta, which after the unification of the country by the first of the pharaohs, Narmer, around 3000 BC, remained an important, if not the most important, religious center of Egypt. We don't know for sure when the theological concepts of the City of the Sun were formed, but we do know that at least from the beginning of the Old Kingdom they were binding on all Egyptians. The solar cult became a national cult, and the Heliopolitan myth of creation became the best known, the greatest, and in a way, the classical cosmogonic myth of ancient Egypt. The origins of the Heliopolitan cosmogony are traced to 2 primeval concepts, the prehistoric cult of the Mother Goddess, and somewhat more evident in the cult of the Sun, the male cult of fertility. Here the father god Atum, self-born from the vastness of the cosmic primordial ocean Nun, begets the first pair of gods, Shu and Tefnut, bright and dry air and moisture, who are the parents of the sky, Nut, and the earth, Geb. Identified with the sun, which the Egyptians called Ra, Atum represents dominant in the religion of dynastic Egypt the male aspect of fertility. For sure, already in the Nakada III period, that is, in the times of the so-called Dynasty Zero, phallic idols were worshipped, male images with emphasized members. Such prehistoric gold-plated figurines were discovered in 2006 by Polish archaeologists in the Nile Delta. They are direct predecessors of pharaonic ithyphallic representations, gods associated with fertility, such as Atum, Min, and Osiris. It's believed that the development of a settled community and the final constitution of the family with only one father at its head brought about the dominant position of Father of the Gods, who is, however, a chronologically later religious concept. As above all, Egyptian prehistory is the older cult of the Mother Goddess. As is known in many cultures, going back to the earliest manifestations of art from the Paleolithic period, include female figurines, symbols of life givers. This universal cult of the Mother Goddess undoubtedly precedes the male cult of fertility. In Egypt, the primordial mother, the great nourisher in the form of a cow, was worshipped very early. The heavenly cow, the mother of the sun, was revered continuously from the Neolithic to late antiquity, as evidenced by the cults of popular goddesses such as Hathor, Hesed, Mehet-Weret, Neith, or Nut. Unlike other ancient cults that linked mother goddesses to the earth rather than the heavens, in Egypt, sky, Nut, as they called it, was always represented by a goddess. We'll of course return to the heavenly cow, but it's important to remember that Nut has much older origins than the Heliopolitan cosmogonic myth. It seems that in every aspect of reality, the Egyptians sought mutually balancing elements, male and female. According to them, the heavens and earth, however, formed one visible universe, and like any whole, the world consisted of two basic elements, the male land, Egyptian Ta, and the female sky. By the way, water wasn't associated with the earth because, according to the ancient Egyptians, there was much more of it in the heavens. The uniqueness of the Egyptian idea of a female heaven and a male earth was tried to be explained by some scholars by a mythological reflection of Egyptian sexual preferences, according to which women were supposed to mount men. Indeed, the beautiful Nut was characterized by an insatiable temperament. Her passionate relationship with her brother Geb was to hinder further ordering of the visible world by the Creator. The separation of the lovers was therefore necessary. On Atum's orders, this was to be done by their father Shum, who represented the atmosphere and light that filled the space between heaven and earth. In spell 78 from the Middle Kingdom coffin text, we read, I am the soul of Shum, for whom Nut was placed above and Geb under his feet, and I am between them. I whom Nu begot, whom Atum made, whom Nut raised up under Atum, who guard the path of Nut, which is under Atum, whose length is that of the sky, whose breadth is that of the earth. The image of Shu lifting his naked, bent in a characteristic archdaughter above his head and standing on the lying Geb is one of the very popular iconographic Egyptian motifs. Geb in despair was said to have cried for his beloved for so long that all the rivers on earth were created from his tears. Nut quickly found solace in the arms of many other lovers. According to Osirian myths, this included Thoth, the god of wisdom, meant the actual father of Isis. So far, the best source of information about the conception and birth of Nut's offspring, the last generation of the Great Ennead, is the Greek historian from the 1st century AD, Plutarch. According to him, her lovers included Atum Ra and Shum, so her grandfather and father. Each partner was probably convinced of his exclusivity. In the part of his work Moralia, entitled Osiris and Isis, Plutarch describes this family affair in his own, let's say, strongly Hellenized style. Nut is named after the Greek goddess Rhea, Geb is named Cronus, Thoth is named Hermes, and Seth is named Typhon. We read, they say that the sun, when he became aware of Rhea's intercourse with Cronus, invoked a curse upon her, that she should not give birth to a child in any month or year. But Hermes, being enamored of the goddess, consorted with her. Later, playing at draughts with the moon, he won from her the 70th part of each of her periods of illumination, and from all the winnings he composed 5 days, and intercalated them as an addition to the 360 days. The Egyptians even now call these 5 days intercalated, and celebrate them as the birthdays of the gods. So you've heard, when Nut became pregnant and her condition became apparent, the jealous king of the gods, Atum Ra, cast a terrible curse on her, so that she wouldn't be able to give birth on any day of the year. However, the goddess was helped by her lover Thoth, who was the keeper of time. He subtracted 5 days from the lunar measure and added them to the solar measure of the year. According to Plutarch, Thoth won these 5 days by playing checkers with the moon goddess Selene, which rather raises doubts as to the Egyptian nature of his source. Thoth, as we know, personified the moon himself. Anyway, during these 5 epagomenal days, Nut gave birth to Osiris, Horus the Elder, Isis, Nephthys, and the impetuous Seth. The latter, unable to wait for a natural birth, violently tore himself out of his mother's belly, opening her side. We read, they relate that on the first of these days Osiris was born, and at the hour of his birth a voice issued forth saying, the Lord of all advances to the light. On the second of these days Auraris was born, whom they call Apollo, and some call him also the elder Horus. On the third day Typhon was born, but not in due season or manner, but with a blow he broke through his mother's side and leapt forth. On the fourth day Isis was born in the regions that are ever moist, and on the fifth Nephthys, to whom they give the name of finality and the name of Aphrodite, and some also the name of victory. There is also a tradition that Osiris and Auraris were sprung from the sun, Isis from Hermes, and Typhon and Nephthys from Cronus. While the first 3 generations of gods resided in the cosmic reality, with the appearance of Nut's children, the action of the myths moves to Earth. Of course, Greek sources don't reflect the complexity and richness of the pharaonic cosmogonic myths, which are an incredibly colorful mosaic of different theologies and local traditions. Learning them is made even more difficult by the incompleteness of the sources available to us. One of them is the Book of the Heavenly Cow, a text partially preserved on one of the chapels that enclose Tutankhamun's sarcophagus, and in other, later versions written on the tombs walls of the Ramessid kings. Fragments of the myth from 4 different New Kingdom tombs put together create an almost complete story about the old ruler of the gods, Ra. Tired of his work of creation, he punishes humanity that disobeys him with the help of his daughter. The daughter of the sun is also his most powerful weapon, the solar eye. In the form of the all-powerful lioness Sekhmet, it tirelessly punishes sinners by depopulating the earth at a fast pace. Concerned by the number of Sekhmet's victims, Ra decides to spare humanity from total destruction by ordering large quantities of red-dyed beer to be poured on the fields. The bloodthirsty goddess, of course, drinks all the liquid and then, completely drunk, forgets about her terrible mission. And so beer, the national drink of the ancient Egyptians, saved humanity, and Ra, tired and disappointed with people, decides to leave the earth forever. In the Book of the Heavenly Cow we read, the Majesty of Ra said, as true as I live, my heart is too weary to remain with them. I wanted to slay them, but didn't do it. At present, their small number no longer interests me. The gods in his retinue said, don't withdraw in your weariness, for you have power over all which you desire. The majesty of this god then said to the majesty of Nun, my limbs are feeble, as in the first time. I will not return until another cycle overtakes me. Then the majesty of Nun said, O son Shu, your eye shall serve your father as protection. O daughter Nut, place him upon your back. And so Nut became a cow. Despite the protest of the other gods, the All-Creator gives power over the earth to his son Shu, and asks the heavenly Nut to turn into a huge cow, which he mounts intending to fly into the firmament. When people saw that the Creator was leaving them, they tried to stop him by searching for and punishing the rebels. But Ra only blessed humanity along with all creation and flew away to heaven. During the flight, the gracious God also created the afterworld, lands for the souls of dead people, the field of offerings and the field of reeds. We read, Ra's ascension and palace among the stars. This God then said to Nut, I placed myself on your back to be uplifted. And so she came to be there in both the heavens. The majesty of this God said, Stay far away from them, lift me up, look at me. And so she became the sky. Then the majesty of this God was visible within her. She said, If only you would provide me with a multitude. And so the Milky Way came into being. His Majesty, Life, Prosperity, Health, said, Peaceful is the field here. And so the field of offerings came into being. Oh, I shall plant green herbs in it. And so the field of rushes came into being. I shall provide them with everything. And so ever scintillating stars came into being. Then a note started trembling, owing to the height. So the majesty of Ra said, If only I had the Hech gods supporting her. And so the infinite ones came into being. The majesty of Ra said, O my son Shu, place yourself under my daughter Nud, and guard for me the two groups of infinite ones who live in the twilight. Place her over your head and nurture her. And so she became the sky. As we've just heard, when Nud was frightened, trembled because of the great height, Ra commanded his son Shu to hold her up. He then created 4 pillars on which the heavens are supported. He named them Hech and made Shu their guardian. This is how the sky was created, in which Ra appears every day. The Egyptians depicted the sky as both a naked female body and a large heavenly cow, interchangeably. We can find such a famous cow image of the firmament in my favorite, magnificent tomb of Seti I in the Valley of the Kings. Of course, the Great Ennead is a concept developed only in the 5th dynasty to legitimize the rule of the new god of the dead, Osiris, who appeared out of nowhere in the 24th century BC, almost as if the new patron deity of the dynasty, and whose cult was implemented among the Memphite elite. The well-known and universally respected solar gods are joined by the son of Nut, Osiris, as their direct successor, heir of Shu and Geb. In earlier versions of the solar cosmogonic myth, the heavenly cow probably appeared not as the mother of the god of the dead, but of the king of the gods himself. Traces of old beliefs can be found in the pyramid text of Unas, who after death wants to be identified with the creator himself. We read, I, King Unas, have inundated the land which came forth from the lake. I have torn out the papyrus plant. I have satisfied the 2 lands. I have united the 2 lands. I have joined my mother, the great wild cow. So the divine punishment for the sins of humanity and the departure of the Creator to his stellar abode must have been one of the oldest cosmogonic concepts in Egypt. Ra will never return to Earth, but will remain united with the goddess of the heavens. He'll travel the daytime sky from east to west in the morning bark, illuminating the world of the living. And at night he'll travel from west to east in his evening bark, shining on the world of the dead. The ancient Egyptians weren't driven by the desire to discover and explore distant foreign lands. On the contrary, They considered their land sacred, abundant, and fulfilling all their expectations. Egypt was a microcosm in relation to which they imagined the macrocosm. However, it didn't prevent them from exploring the heavens, especially the night sky, which they knew much better than the inhospitable, chaotic lands hidden behind deserts and seas. The sky, that is, Nut, was therefore omnipresent in their culture. They gazed at her with delight and fear, because they knew that she was a thin, delicate layer, protecting them and the whole of creation from the pressing on from every side chaos, the cosmic primeval ocean, endless, dark, and cold. This primordial, lifeless substance ancient Egyptians called Nu, known from Greek as Nun. The ordering force in the universe, which gave shape and balance to creation, as well as gave strength to the gods who supported the world, was Maat, the deficiency of which threatened chaos into the world. Maat was therefore being strengthened by the observance of divine laws in everyday life, as appealed by the authors of didactic texts of the Middle Kingdom, such as the royal instruction of Keti to Merikara, which reminds, well tended is humanity, the cattle of the God. He made sky and earth for their sake. He subdued the water monster. He made breath for their noses to live. They are his images who came from his body. He shines in the sky for their sake. The myths about the creation of the universe were well known to the ancient Egyptians. Gazing at the sky, it was clear to them that the blue expanse above their heads, illuminated by sunlight, dispersed in Shu, the atmosphere, was the water. It's impossible to separate Egyptian cosmology from cosmogony. The Egyptians knew that at the moment of creation, in the first time, Zeb Tepi, the primeval ocean Nun, didn't disappear, but only receded slightly. The rain appearing in Egypt was seen as the weakening of Nut. As a very rare phenomenon, it didn't have any positive effect on the abundance of harvests. On the contrary, it could have been a violent force that destroyed crops and caused mudslides. As responsible for any dangerous element, Set, Nut's violent son, was accountable for it, so the Egyptians were very afraid of rain. For the ancient Egyptians, it was obvious that the visible heavens don't belong to chaos, but to creation. All cosmic activity, wandering celestial bodies, gods, and souls of the dead move in a Nut, sailing on their barks on the possessor of heavenly waters. Like any water deity, whether Hapi, personifying the flooding of the Nile, or Amun, originally representing the hidden, invisible nature of the primeval ocean, Nut was often shown with blue skin. Her name was written using the hieroglyphic sign for the sky, an abstract ideogram combined with the water pot sign, which was her important symbol. She was sometimes shown as a woman with such a pot on her head. Nut was thus a gigantic body of water, an interface between the world and the outer cosmos. She is therefore not only a person, but above all a place, always shown among other deities as the largest figure, of course to convey the vastness of the sky. Her body is bent in an arch, her feet are placed on the horizon line, and the tips of her fingers touch the ground. This unique image, characteristic only of Nut, is in fact a map of the heavens, on which the route of the most important event for the ancient Egyptians is marked, the continuous journey of the sun in its bark. The celestial body of Nut is the arena of the most significant event, which is the birth of the sun in the morning, a constantly repeated act of creation. Although in the Heliopolitan cosmogony she was considered the granddaughter of Atum-Ra, Nut never lost her original basic function, the mother of the sun. The richest illustrations of the mythological scene of the birth of the sun from the body of the goddess Nut are to be found in several royal tombs from the 19th and 20th dynasties in the so-called Book of Day and Book of Night. Covering the entire ceiling, large images of an unnaturally elongated goddess spreading out across the heavens. These are double images. For example, in the tombs of Ramses VI and Ramses XI, Nut is shown in a mirror image. Within one composition, we can follow both the daytime and nighttime journey of the sun. As a red disk, the sun begins its cycle with birth, suggested by the direct proximity of the solar disk and the female organ of Nut.
This article is going to change your life if you've been injured in a recent car accident. So car accident victims are getting paid major cash for their car accidents through a little known app called the Case Connect Compensation Calculator. They have helped over 13,000 people last year alone get settlement checks for their car accidents in 30 seconds or less by answering 4 simple questions. So I'm going to put a link to this in the description below. Click it now if you've been injured in a recent car accident and answer 4 simple questions. It's not personal information, it's just about your accident. And what it'll do is it actually compares your accident with hundreds of thousands of other car accidents similar to yours to tell you if your accident qualifies for compensation and for help so that you don't get screwed over by going to a random attorney. So click the link below and make sure you share this with anybody you know that's been injured in a recent car accident. See if you can help them get a huge cash payment and a huge settlement.
Case Connect, hit the link down below and get paid. Case Connect, see how much you can get in 30 seconds or less.
The disk is accompanied by the winged scarab, Kepri, symbol of the young first sun that rose from Nun in Zektepi. The birth scene is also accompanied by the meeting of the evening and morning solar barks, on which the personifications of the east and west pass on the sun to each other. The barks would meet again in the evening. The representations of Nut in the Ramessid tombs are often accompanied by hieroglyphic symbols for west at her head and east at her womb. Sometimes she's accompanied by her daughters, standing behind her nephthys, symbolizing the east, and standing before her head, Isis, identified with Imentet, she of the west. The westward traveling daytime sun is no longer a scarab or a child, but is in the form of the falcon-headed Ra-Horachti, triumphant over his enemies, the ruler of the universe. Sailing westward, illuminating the earth with his light, the god always travels towards death. At sunset, the sky turns red with the blood of a dying god. In the form of the old ram-headed Atum, the dead sun sails into the kingdom of Osiris. Ancient artists depicted this moment as a symbolic swallowing of the sun by Nut. From then on, the eastward sailing Ra, or Osiris Ra as he was called in Ramessid times, travels toward life, toward rebirth in the womb of his mother. The entire journey of the sun in the afterlife takes place in a side note, so it's no wonder that the goddess occupied a central place in funeral rites, as we'll see in a moment. There's still a dispute among researchers about where exactly the ancients located the Duat, the land of the dead. Until recently, quite common theory was the one of the Thonic, hidden underworld, where the dying sun would travel beyond the horizon and then sail on a groundwater that was part of the primeval ocean of Nun. According to others, the duat is a concept related more to time than space, a metaphysical and multidimensional place that the Egyptians imagined as being in the sky and under the earth at the same time. However, when analyzing the oldest solar pyramid texts as well as the funeral books of the New Kingdom, there's no doubt that the duat is located inside the body of the goddess Nut. In the pyramid text, the word duat was written with the sign of a star in a circle, indicating a specific place in cosmos, a domain hidden among the stars. Descriptions of the journey to the afterlife are full of phrases to rise, to climb, to float upwards. In the pyramid text of Pepi II from the 23rd century BC, we read, Nut, of long hair and pendulous breasts, has given her arms toward you. When she shoulders you to the sky, she cannot drop you, Pepi Neferkara, to earth. When she gives birth to you, Pepi Neferkara, like Orion, she will make your abode at the four of the jewel shrines. Pepi Neferkara will descend into a boat like the sun on the shores of the winding canal, so that Pepi Neferkara may be rowed by the unwearying ones. Pepi Neferkara will govern the imperishable stars, so that Pepi Neferkara may be rowed in the limit of the sky, and set course to the marshes of winnowing. Imperishable is the name of the circumpolar stars that didn't disappear from the Egyptian sky for the entire year. Among such stars, we identify today the Great Bear, depicted by the image of a crocodile supported by a pregnant hippopotamus. It adorns the ceiling of Seti I's burial chamber in the Valley of the Kings, and is one of the most beautiful ancient astronomical representations. Also from Seti's times comes the oldest copy of the so-called Book of Nut, a large image of the goddess supplemented by a series of explanations found on the ceiling of Osirian in Abydos. Unlike the Book of Day and the Book of Night, it's not a funeral text, but rather a specific treatise, an astronomical religious handbook. The Book of Nut leaves no doubt about the location of the duat. We read there. It is into her mouth that the majesty of this god Ra enters inside the duat. The Book of Nut doesn't focus only on the solar cycle, but describes in detail the most distant regions, describes the location of the primordial ocean Nun, as well as the mysterious way to the afterlife, the edge of the sky, immersed in primeval darkness, called Kabo Netjeru. These cold waters were to be located at the northern edge of Cosmos, we read. To this place in primeval darkness arrive birds. They have human faces and the shapes of birds. The Egyptians, still unaware of the existence of other lands north of their country, that is beyond the Mediterranean Sea, imagined that the birds migrating from the north every year could have come from the most distant parts of the cosmos. It's worth mentioning that the Book of Nut may be much older than Seti's times, perhaps even by 1,000 years. The birds with human faces bring to mind the imagery of the Ba soul, who, as it was believed, could leave the torment set out for the duat. Cold waters as gates to the afterlife, where souls could gather, appear already in the pyramid text of Pepi I. We read, So you should go forth to where your mother Nut is, and she will take hold of your arm and give you the way to the Akhet, to the place where the sun is. The sky's door has been opened to you. The cool water's door has been made to pull open to you, and you will find the sun standing, waiting for you. He will take hold of your arm, lead you into the sky's dual shrines, and put you on Osiris's throne. The Egyptians also believed that the cold waters that flowed directly from the primeval ocean Nun were the true source of the Nile. Perhaps through Nut, they somehow reached the distant southern lands from where they appeared in Egypt during the floods. So the entrance to the Duat was somewhere near the north of the sky, among the imperishable stars. It was a hidden place of regeneration where the conditions of the mythical first time were present, where both souls, sun, and stars were reborn. The kingdom of Osiris, the Duat, was sometimes compared to Nut's womb and even called her daughter. As we know, the final transformation of the king's soul, his eternal life in the company of the gods and the stars subordinate to him, was preceded by a long, often dangerous process. The complex nature of the duat should be discussed in another podcast, but it's worth mentioning that it was Nut who was asked for protection in this strange and often inhospitable place. In the text of the Pyramid of Pepi I, we read, Nut, spread yourself over your son, Osiris Pepi, and conceal him from Set. Join him, Nut, who comes to you, and conceal your son as he who comes to you. You should join this great one. Nut, fall over your son, Osiris Pepi. Join him, great Sif, this eldest of your children. According to Osirian beliefs, Nut was a reliable support for her great son. Some sources claim it was she, not Isis, who revived his mummified body so that he could conceive a son, Horus. The deceased Egyptians commonly identified with Osiris since the late Old Kingdom were entrusted to the Lady of the Sky. Nut, a caring mother who wants life for her child, who wants him to reign in the afterlife. In the text of Teti's pyramid, we read, Teti, my son, is the one I have desired. I have given him the Akhet, that he may take control of it as Horus of the Akhet. All the gods are saying, it is proper. Teti is the one you have desired from among your children. Escort him forever. Teti is my son of my heart. I have given him the Duat, that he might become foremost in it as Horus, foremost of the Duat. All the gods are saying, his father should know that you love Teti more than your mother Tefnut. Teti is my son, whom I caused to be born and who parted my belly. He is the one I have desired and with whom I have become content. Akhet, usually translated as horizon, is the term most closely associated with sunrise. In funeral beliefs, sunrise or the preceding dawn, when the light spreads just before the sun appears, is the moment when Ra, or the soul of the deceased, leaves the Duat, the womb of Nut, to pass through her birth canal to be born again. It's a mysterious, transitional space between invisibility and visibility. Akhet is also a physical place, like the Duat, where the souls of the justified, the saved, can reside, and most importantly, it's the space where akification occurs. Ak is the highest, fully effective form of the soul, giving the deceased divine status. Ak to the sky, corpse to the earth, as we read in the pyramid texts. Of course, the pharaoh had the prospect of becoming king in the heavens, that is, the Horus of Akhet, according to the oldest Egyptian texts. Akification, rebirth in the womb of the mother goddess and finally becoming one of the stars traveling on her celestial body, is the ultimate goal that guided the Egyptians, probably already in prehistoric times. In order to get to Orion, Sobdet or Sothis as the Greeks called her, also depicted as a celestial cow, the early dynastic rulers were buried with their boats. These primeval beliefs related to stellar destiny resonated in dynastic times, especially through the worship of the sky goddess. It's possible that she was first recognized by looking at the Milky Way arched in the night sky. According to some researchers, the oldest traces of the Milky Way worship could be found in a mysterious image from 8,000 years ago, found in the so-called Cave of the Beast, Wadi Sura, in the far western desert of Gilf Kebir, near the Libyan border. Neolithic artists painted a creature arched over other figures, standing on the ground, which is remarkably similar to the well-known image of Nod. Interestingly, just nearby, there is another cave also containing the Stone Age paintings, the so-called Cave of Swimmers, which was made famous by Anthony Minghella's movie The English Patient from 1996. American astronomer Ronald Allen Wells simulated the night sky from 5,500 years ago and concluded that a part of the Milky Way near the constellation Gemini could have been considered the head of the goddess at that time. In his opinion, on the day of the spring equinox, the sun would have been devoured by Nut, seemingly absorbed by the place where the Milky Way descends to the horizon. Such a spectacle was supposedly observed by the pre-dynastic Egyptians, and that is where her famous image is supposed to have come from. Indeed, in iconography, Nut seems to be not only the path for the wandering sun, but also the one who in various ways intercepts it at sunset. In New Kingdom tombs, sometimes only her arms were shown stretched out towards the evening sun, embracing it. Of course, this was what the faithful Egyptians expected of her. According to funerary texts, this was Nut's most common way of interacting with the dead, embracing them. Since from the end of the Old Kingdom, every deceased was considered Osiris, it was believed that in the embrace of his mother, the soul of the deceased was safe. As the primeval mother who gave birth to the sun, the king, and the stars, all returning to her womb to be reborn in endless cycles, Nut began to be identified with the sarcophagus, each sarcophagus. The Egyptians wanted to see in their coffins this primeval birth space, the mother's womb to which they could return, a place of regeneration and renewal. Certainly already in the Old Kingdom, Nut was entrusted with the protection of the royal mummy. The oldest text engraved on the royal sarcophagus belongs to Teti from the 6th dynasty. These are protective spells recited by the goddess. Quote, Teti is my son, whom I caused to be born, and who parted my belly. He is the one I have desired, and with whom I have become content. The Egyptians called their sarcophagi mothers. The coffins identified with the Nut were at the same time their crib and nurse, embracing the deceased so that he could safely await immortality. Both stone and wooden sarcophagi were a manifestation of the mother goddess, but also the lady of the sky, and just like in the duat, in her womb, the deceased was to experience the eternal time-space continuum. In this way, the coffin became a sort of the center of the universe. particularly characteristic especially for the late period, that is from the 7th century BC, were large images of Nut inside wooden coffins, painted on the bottom of the chest or on the inside of the lid. The images were accompanied by spells written in green or blue ink on yellow stripes. Quote, I am your mother, Nut. In this my name of sky have I stretched over you. As you shall enter into my mouth, so shall you emerge from my thighs, exactly as Ra does each day. In order to fully protect the mummy, Nut's image covered the entire length of the coffin and was often shown contrary to the Egyptian canon, not in profile, but frontally, just like another ancient mother goddess, Hathor. And just like Hathor, Nut was identified with the ancient funeral goddess, the Lady of the Sycamore, although Nut association was much stronger, as the anthropoid sarcophagi adorned with a large Nut's image that had been created since the New Kingdom were made of this tree. Sycamores grew on the border of the desert necropolises, so very early on they became an important element of funeral rites. It was believed that after leaving their tombs, souls set off towards the west, the last stop of the deceased wanderers before entering the kingdom of Osiris was the oasis of the Lady of the Sycamore, where they could rest in the shade of her spreading tree. The goddess, emerging from the tree's crown, treated them generously with cold water and beer. The These scenes were particularly popular on the walls of the Ramesses tombs, and in the Book of the Dead we read, Hail, sycamore tree of the goddess Nut, give me the water and the air that is in you. A tender mother nurse takes care of the deceased from the moment they are placed in the coffin, during their passage to the afterlife, their journey in her cosmic body, until their rebirth in her womb. It's no wonder that Nut was considered one of the most important funeral deities. In Greco-Roman times, the functions of the Lady of the Sycamore are taken over by Isis. In fact, she took over the role and functions of all the old mother goddesses. She was also worshipped as the ancient heavenly cow, the Lady of the Sky. Nut, however, remained the guardian of sarcophagi until late antiquity, although in Roman times her coffin images often took the form of a Greek goddess, surrounded not by symbols related to the solar cycle, but to the figures of the zodiac. I hope you learned something new about the beliefs of ancient Egyptians. Thank you for listening. Please let me know in the comments what you'd like to hear about next time. I'd also like to thank all my patrons. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. I truly appreciate your contribution. Thank you. If you don't support me yet but would like to, I placed my Patreon link below in the description. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Goodbye, and see you on the next one.
Introducing Gemini in Gmail, AI that thoughtfully summarizes conversations and helps craft professional responses so you can stay ahead of that never-ending inbox. Make emailing the easiest part of your day with Gemini for Google Workspace.
In 2020, electrical engineering scientists from the University of London shared with the world their extraordinary achievement. They accomplished what until recently seemed impossible. They made a 3,000-year-old Egyptian mummy speak. The voice of a mummy displayed in a Leeds City museum was recreated thanks to the perfectly preserved soft tissue of the vocal tract. Based on this, scientists were able to print in 3D a larynx, and using artificial vocal cords, they recreated a sound resembling a vowel. And it sounded like this. This is the voice of a Theban priest named Nesiamun from the 11th century BC. Although the achievement of British scientists is truly stunning, it is the work of ancient embalmers that is most impressive. Nesiamun lived at the time when the Egyptian art of mummification reached its peak. The amazingly preserved mummies of the New Kingdom and the Third Intermediate Period are the result of trials and errors of previous generations. A great experiment conducted not for centuries, but for millennia. From the Neolithic to late antiquity, Egyptians continuously undertook an unequal battle with the inevitable. The result of their efforts, the countless mummies that have survived to modern times, is undoubtedly one of the main symbols of ancient Egyptian civilization. Hello everyone, my name's Irena. Welcome to my channel Ancient Site Girl. I invite you to a podcast about the history of ancient Egypt. Today, I'll tell you about mummification in ancient Egypt. It's a long story, over 4,000 years, from the darkness of prehistory to late antiquity. Each period brought a series of changes in funeral preferences, innovations and improvements, but also regression in mummification techniques. So today, I'll tell you about many technical details. We'll get to know the mysterious world of ancient embalmers, their skills, motivations, and beliefs. We'll also learn when people actually began to mummify the dead, how this art reached true perfection, and why it disappeared. Some facts may shock you, especially those related to the early and late modern period. Priest Nesiamun lived in the turbulent times, during the reign of the last of the Ramesses, Ramses XI, the final ruler of the 20th dynasty and the New Kingdom, once the most powerful empire in the world, now on the edge of collapse, which would finally come after the pharaoh's death in 1077 BC. Nesiamun belonged to the then most privileged group of senior priests, serving the largest in the world, the Theban sanctuary in Karnak. Nesiamun was responsible for administering the property of one of Karnak's parts, the precinct of Montu, the ancient Theban god of war. One day, at the age of 50, the priest dies, for reasons that are still unclear. His family begins a 2-month mourning period. The widow, together with other women from the neighborhood, organizes mourning processions through the city, announcing her husband's death. She wails horribly, is half naked, smeared with the Nile mud, and casts the dust on her head. The death has already been reported to the embalmer priests, who inhabit the western bank of the Nile, the land of the dead. They ready to receive the body in the tent of purification, which, like a haven, borders the river directly. Amid the lamentations of women, including professional mourners, the body is transported by a special boat to the western bank, where porters carry the deceased on a bier to the tent, while the mourners remain on the shore, singing funeral songs. The deceased begins his journey to the west. Long ceremonies performed over his body are to lead him to immortality. Nesyamun's body, accompanied by prayers recited by priests, is washed with water and the addition of natron, a mixture of sodium and salt, which serves as a disinfectant. This ceremony was connected with the mythological birth of the sun, which emerged from the primeval ocean Nun as the great god. After ritual washing, the body was anointed with fragrant oils and dressed in ceremonial robes and given to the family waiting in front of the tent. Then, in a funeral procession, the body was taken to a nearby embalming workshop called Wabet, pure place, or Pernefer, beautiful house. While the tent of purification had a rather ritual and merely symbolic function, Wabet, in the times of the New Kingdom, resembled large-scale slaughterhouses, where many mummifications were performed at the same time. Certainly, these places didn't resemble either a pure place or a beautiful house. In individual sectors, bodies were gutted on a large scale, and embalmers had to have spare parts at their disposal, which were used when necessary. To this day, researchers have come across, for example, 2 right hands in one mummy, or female arms attached to male corpses, perhaps mutilated during battle or as a result of wild animals' attack. These were gloomy places that certainly didn't have an atmosphere of piety. If we are to believe ancient authors such as Herodotus, who described the Wabet from the 5th century BC, these were places where terrible, truly outrageous acts took place. For example, in order to protect the bodies of young girls from desecration, their relatives would only give them to embalmers a few days after death. Herodotus writes, "The wives of men of rank when they die are not given at once to be embalmed, nor such women as are very beautiful or of greater regard than others, but on the 3rd or 4th day after their death, and not before, they are delivered to the embalmers. They do so about this matter in order that the embalmers may not abuse their women. For they say that one of them was taken once doing so to the corpse of a woman lately dead, and his fellow craftsmen gave information." It seems, however, that Herodotus is exaggerating a bit. Other, scarce sources indicate that it was common practice to start embalming only 4 days after death. This gave the deceased time to stay at home longer among the mourners, so that his family could prepare a procession and organize the transport of the body to the western bank of the Nile. Pharaonic sources limit themselves to very rare and sparing mention of mummification rites, treating them as taboo. This was perhaps connected with the widely known prohibition of desecrating corpses, but in order to properly make mummies, internal organs had to be removed. How the Egyptians dealt with this paradox we learn from the account of the Greek historian of the 1st century BC, Diodorus of Sicily, who describes a strange ritual of the first cut of the corpses, the moment of the actual beginning of mummification. Quote, "The one called the slitter cuts the flesh, as the law commands, with an Ethiopian stone, and at once takes to flight on the run, while those present set out after him, pelting him with stones, heaping curses on him, and trying, as it were, to turn profanation on his head. For in their eyes everyone is an object of general hatred who applies violence to the body of the same tribe, or wounds him, or in general does any harm." As you've heard, the villain priest cuts the body open for the first time, then is symbolically cast out by other priests. Perhaps this noisy ritual was a signal to the family that the whole process had just begun. The only Egyptian source describing surgical procedures of embalmers was a papyrus on the preparation of the sacred bull Apis, an animal. Those concerning humans remain silent, perhaps because of trade secrets. Embalmers were bound by oaths, and as we know, their profession was passed down only from father to son. The body brought to Wabat was placed on a special stone or wooden embalming table, slightly inclined, ending with a basin into which all fluids flowed. The priests began their work. The most important among them bore the title Anubis, the Great of Mysteries, and was wearing Anubis mask, wooden or cartonnage. He was in charge of the entire operation, directly responsible for the transformation of the deceased into a divine being, Osiris, in whom the deceased was to be reborn for eternity. He was accompanied by a deputy priest wearing a Horus falcon mask. Ceremonial masks were probably put on only when the priests were to appear before Wabat, that is, at the very beginning and end of mummification, as it's hard to imagine the hard work of gutting a corpse in the hot Egyptian climate with a mask on your face. Throughout the ceremony, the priest lecturer read liturgical formulas and technical instructions regarding the embalming ritual. Lower-ranking priests also assisted there, performing auxiliary activities. Before Nesyamun's relatives parted ways with him for another 70 days, they had to agree on the terms of the contract with the embalmers. We know that they had several methods of mummification to choose from. Each of them differed in price and expected result. Perhaps in the New Kingdom, the transaction resembled that of the late period, described by Herodotus. We read, "These, whenever a corpse is conveyed to them, show to those who brought it wooden models of corpses, made like reality by painting. And the best of the ways of embalming, they say, is that of him whose name I think it impiety to mention when speaking of a matter of such a kind. The second, which they show, is less good than this, and also less expensive. And the third is the least expensive of all. Having told them about this, they inquire of them in which way they desire the corpse of their friend to be prepared. The most expensive method, according to which kings were embalmed, consisted of removing the organs through the abdomen and mummifying each of them separately. Some of them were put back into the body, and these were lungs, stomach, intestines, and liver. In the times of Nesyamun, canopic jars, traditionally intended to hold these organs, had only a symbolic function. Sometimes the kidneys were also taken out, as was the heart, which surprisingly didn't always remain in the body. Usually the brain was removed through the nose or through the foramen magnum, especially in children. Then the body was dried and anointed with various, depending on the time and region, substances, often of bituminous origin, resins, flowers, herbs. Herodotus writes, and when they have cleared out the cavity and cleansed it with palm wine, they cleanse it again with spices pounded up. Then they fill the belly with pure myrrh, pounded up, and with cassia, and other spices except frankincense, and sew it together again. At the time of the discovery of the priest Nesiamon's mummy in the 1820s, his body was to be covered with a 2-centimeter layer of incense, and according to its first examiners, it still retained a pleasant smell of cinnamon and cassia. In addition, between the thick layers of bandages, floral garlands consisting of strings of red berries and lotus petals were found. The mummies looked and smelled good, but all the incense, essential oils, and resin were only a supplement to natron, the divine salt, the basic mummification agent which was applied to the body inside and out until the substance caused complete dehydration of the body, a necessary condition for its durability. The balsamic workshops must therefore have had large areas where the bodies covered with this white powder were dried. Some sources indicated that the entire first half of the embalming time, that is 35 days, consisted of dehydrating the body. Others claim that it was a whole 70 days. In these most expensive mummies, after the drying stage was completed, the shaping of the body began. The eye sockets were stuffed with linen, sometimes adding artificial eyes made of glass. The mouth, nose, and jaw were also stuffed with linen, and then the closed mouth was sealed with resin or gum arabic. Through the same incisions that were made to extract the organs in the initial phase, a lot of material was now pushed in to form the figure. This was linen, sawdust, and sand, and sometimes even fragments of pottery. After all the holes were sealed, the bodies were often painted, red for men and yellow for women. Eyebrows, eyelashes were also painted. Sometimes colorful makeup was added, and then the body was decorated with personal jewelry. The mummy was ready to be wrapped in bandages. Nasiamon lay upright on the embalmer's table, with his hands placed so that the palms covered his private parts. Due to traditional prudery, shaping of some parts of the female body, such as the breast or the womb, was omitted, which often looked deformed as a result. It was quite the opposite with the male organs. Sometimes they were even emphasized for religious reasons. For example, the mummy of the famous Tutankhamun, a ruler from the late 18th dynasty, had an encephalic appearance, with a member held vertically by bandages, which was a direct reference to the Osirian myth, according to which the mummified Osiris was to couple with Isis after death. The hands of the young pharaoh were also arranged like those of Osiris. The embalmers, of course, had a completely different method of mummification on offer, cheaper than the one chosen for the priest Nesiamun. Herodotus writes, for those who desire the middle way and wish to avoid great cost, they prepare the corpse as follows. Having filled their syringes with the oil which is got from cedar wood, with this they forthwith fill the belly of the corpse, and this they do without having either cut it open or taken out the bowels. But they inject the oil by the breech, and having stopped the trench from returning back, they keep it then the appointed number of days for embalming, and on the last of the days they let the cedar oil come out from the belly, which they before put in. And it has such power that it brings out with it the bowels and interior organs of the body dissolved, and the natron dissolves the flesh, so that there is left of the corpse only the skin and the bones. When they have done this, they give back the corpse at once in that condition without working upon it any more. In the enema which removed the entrails, the Egyptians used palm wine. All the holes were plugged. After some time, the fluid was released by pressing on the body, and finally the body was dried. This is a rare method, although considered the cheapest by Herodotus. Quote, "The third kind of embalming, by which are prepared the bodies of those who have less means, is as follows. They cleanse out the belly with a purge, and then keep the body for embalming during the 70 days. And at once after that, they give it back to the bringers to carry away." Let's return to Nessiamon, whose embalmed, stuffed body awaited bandaging. The only fragmentary preserved embalming ritual comes from Roman times and concerns the final phase of mummification, the bandaging. Although the document comes from Roman times, it describes practices used since the Old Kingdom. "O Osiris, for you is this resin from the land of Punt, to make your sand better, to make it divine." Before applying the bandages, the priests anointed the entire body with the frankincense, focusing on the head of the deceased. Bandaging also began with the head and was done with particular caution, using several types of bandages with the names or images of various deities. Quote, "Then Anubis the Great of Mysteries kneels on his knees behind the head of this god, that is the mummy which was already identified with Osiris himself, but so that no priest lecturer, whoever he may be, may approach him until the Great of Mysteries has finished his work. The bandage of Nekheb shall be placed on the top of his head, the bandage of Hathor, the Lady of Dendera, on his face, and the bandage of Thoth, which separates the two rivals, on his ears." Before being applied, the bandages were impregnated in fragrant mixtures. Perfumed and preservative substances were also placed between the layers of the bandages. The wrapping of the hands began at the elbows and ended at the fingers, each wrapped separately using long, narrow bandages. Some mummies from the time of Nessiamon, that is, from the end of the New Kingdom and from the Third Intermediate Period, were wrapped in bandages with a total length of about 300 meters. Finally, Nessiamon was covered with a large rectangular shroud with the image of Osiris and the inscription, "God's Father of Montu, scribe of the temple of Montu, scribe who lays out offerings, scribe who keeps tally of the cattle." The body was placed in a beautifully decorated anthropomorphic sarcophagus made from many pieces of sycamore tree. The extensive topic of Egyptian coffins deserves a separate podcast. The priest was buried with 150 other priestly sarcophagi in one of the burial caches in Deir el-Bahri. In his time, deep, undecorated tombs carved in rock were already commonly used. An artificial mummy can be defined as a body that has undergone a human intervention to stop decomposition. But when did people actually begin embalming the dead? In the Near East, as early as the 8th millennium BC, The head was separated from the rest of the body and the features of the deceased were modeled on the skull in clay. This wasn't yet mummification, but the first attempts to influence the natural course of events, attempts to preserve the remains and the identity of the deceased. The oldest artificial mummies are believed to be from the South American Chinchorro culture, where the dead were mummified as early as the beginning of the 5th millennium BC. Recent research indicates that the tradition of embalming in Egypt is much older than previously thought, and may even date back almost to the Chinchorro culture. The belief of the ancient Egyptians that the fate of the soul, its survival in the afterlife, depends to a large extent on the state of preservation of the earthly body, according to many Egyptologists, was born in prehistory. So far, no convincing theological justification for this custom has been found, so it must have developed naturally. Perhaps due to the accidental discovery by the ancients of the spontaneous mummies of their ancestors. We know that Upper Egyptian cultures of the late Neolithic buried their dead in desert areas, not far from their settlements, in simple, shallow graves covered only with sand. These burials were supposedly later uncovered by winds, tomb robbers, or more often by desert animals feeding on the cemeteries, such as dogs, jackals, and hyenas. The condition of the buried bodies must have aroused astonishment. Compressed on all sides by the dry desert sand, often salty, the bodies retained their integrity, and the sand absorbed all body fluids. Preservation in such conditions occurred quite quickly. A few such mummies have survived to this day. All of them come from the area around Gebelin, located 40 kilometers south of Luxor, and are dated to around 3400 BC, which means they belong to the so-called Nakada II culture. At the end of the 19th century, the director of the British Museum, Sir Ernest Alfred Wallis Budge, arrived in Egypt, determined to obtain for his institution well-preserved remains of what he called Neolithic Egyptian. He excavated many sites, but without results. When he was finally about to give up further research, a resident of Gebelin informed him that he had accidentally stumbled upon tombs containing mummies, spontaneous and prehistoric as it turned out. The bodies were covered with reed mats and animal skins, buried in the fetal position in a shallow grave containing funeral pottery. Budge found 6 mummies, which reached London in 1900. The most famous of them, named Ginger because of the hair color, is a 20-year-old man with a fatal wound on his back, probably the victim of a prehistoric crime. The body is in such great condition that not only the internal organs, but in the stomach, the last meal of the deceased were preserved. It's believed that it was the discovery of such spontaneous mummies as Ginger that prompted the Egyptians to preserve the bodies of their relatives as a condition of the afterlife. This outcome, caused by the natural environment, was to leave its mark on religious concepts concerning the cult of the dead. However, the desired natural preservation of the body was no longer possible when coffins were used and members of the elite were buried in tombs built of mud bricks. In order to preserve the body from decay, artificial methods were implemented, such as removing the entrails, drying, anointing with oils, and bandaging. This view was popular among most historians in the 20th century, but it finds many critics today. Why haven't more natural mummies been found? Perhaps it wasn't a common practice to bury the dead in the desert. It's worth noting that in the times in which Ginger lived, There were more frequent rains in Egypt than in later periods, and the landscape around the Nile Valley probably resembled a savanna rather than a desert.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The dry, barren sands of Gabelin may therefore have been exceptionally conducive to natural mummification that didn't occur elsewhere. In the 1990s, the oldest remains bearing traces of artificial preservation were discovered. Remains perhaps hundreds of years older than Ginger and the spontaneous mummies from Gabelin. The city of Nekhen in central Egypt, called Hierakonpolis by the Greeks, was home to perhaps the oldest known temple of Egypt, a large tent-like structure that served the cult of Horus hundreds of years before the unification of Egypt by the legendary Narmer. The oldest remains were found here, wrapped in shrouds. Enclosing the torso in material somewhat was slowing down the decomposition of the body and, importantly, was keeping the remains together. The least stable parts of the body, those prone to separation from the rest during decomposition, were also reinforced with bandages, so they were wrapped around the hands, feet, and head up to the neck. Thin linen bandages were soaked in resin, oils, and animal fat. The composition of these substances didn't differ significantly from those used in later centuries for mummification. Resin was also coated on the skin of the deceased. After drying, it created a hard layer that protected against insects and bacteria. As in dynastic Egypt, the representatives of the Nakada-II culture had to somehow import conifer resins from distant Lebanon, which must have been very expensive. Interestingly, the remains from Nekhen, preserved in this way, belong exclusively to adult women. Here too, there is a deliberate removal of entrails. One of the women had an organ removed, which was then wrapped in a material soaked in a resin and placed back into her body. It seems that this had nothing to do with the appearance of the body, but rather with the preservation of individual bodily functions such as eating and drinking, activities that could not be lost after death. This proves the complexity of beliefs and burial rituals among prehistoric Egyptians. Also, with the emergence of the first population centers in Egypt, elite cemeteries appear. Increasingly large tombs begin to be sealed with bricks, well hidden from the scorching sun. The corpses undergo artificial preservation, although not yet the whole body, only parts related to unknown but certainly specific rituals. These practices will not only survive for hundreds of years, but will be developed in early dynastic Egypt, that is, from the times of the first dynasty of the United Two Lands, probably around the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC. Early dynastic Egyptians seem to have focused on the removal of entrails. Perhaps this custom was originally limited only to rulers. Then it was imitated by the elite, as it was the case in all areas of life, regardless of the period. The pharaoh always occupied a central place. In fact, the entire civilization was shaped around the court and the person of the king, who certainly from the very beginning of the 3rd millennium BC enjoyed divine status. Royal mummies therefore had to not only meet certain religious requirements, but also be beautiful. The strong emphasis on the external appearance of the mummy can be seen in the example of King Jer, probably the third ruler of the first dynasty, who is famous mainly for his tomb in al-Kab in Abydos, where over 300 of his servants were buried with him, sacrificed probably during the funeral itself, so that they could continue to serve him in the afterlife. This unpleasant tradition was characteristic only of the first dynasty. Anyway, the remains of the king were found in 1901 by the famous British Egyptologist Flinders Petrie. It was Jer's arm, with visible remains of skin and resin wrapped in thin linen. The arm was decorated with beautiful bracelets made of gold and precious stones. To this day, it's not certain whether the fragment of the mummy actually belonged to Jer or to one of his wives. After taking a photograph of the find, Petrie sent it to the Cairo Museum. However, the discovery didn't impress the then director of the museum, the German Egyptologist Emil Rusch, who removed the jewelry from the bones and threw away the rest. Thanks to Petrie's documentation, however, we know that the royal bodies of the first dynasty were covered with resin and wrapped in bandages. Special amulets were also to appear at that time, providing the deceased with magical protection on the other side. Early dynastic burials also included wooden sarcophagi. Sometimes the bandaged remains, after being placed in a coffin, were completely covered from the top and sides with clay or a layer of white plaster, which allowed the corpse to retain its shape. Sometimes such plaster was spread evenly over the body, creating a kind of sculpture of the deceased, which also served as another sarcophagus. The lack of soft tissue leads some researchers to conclude that muscles were separated from bones and the skeleton was then bandaged, but the state of preservation of this type of mummy doesn't allow us to clearly confirm this thesis. In contrast, some bodies from the second dynasty had their heads, arms, legs, and genitals separated and wrapped in goat skin or cloth, and reattached only in the coffin, after a layer of plaster had been applied to the bandages. The mummy was then dressed in robes, not special posthumous garments, but those also worn by the living. Skeletons with traces of decapitation and dismemberment appear in the Archaic period. The purpose of such procedures is to prevent natural and disorderly decomposition. It seems that the emphasis was then on the deceased having all their bones, so that none of them were lost, because this would make it impossible to move in the afterlife. The Egyptians were particularly afraid of losing their heads, without which they wouldn't be able to function after death, eat, drink, and breathe. A written description of these ancient beliefs appears in the pyramid texts from the late Old Kingdom. These texts, as is well known, are a compendium of secret knowledge, probably partly reaching back to prehistoric times. In the text of the Teti Pyramid from around the 24th century BC, we read, Teti, raise yourself, receive your head, collect your bones, and clear away your dust. Sit then on that metal chair of yours and eat a foreleg. Serve yourself a shank, and feed on your ribs at the sky amongst the gods. The time of the pyramid texts is the time of the introduction of the new cult of Osiris by the palace, which refers to the roots of the pharaonic state and early beliefs. Thanks to the theological concept of the Great Ennead, the group of the most important solar deities of the Old Kingdom is joined by Osiris and Isis, the mythical first pharaoh personifying abundant soil and fertility, a dead god worshipped in the form of a royal mummy, and his female counterpart searching for and collecting his dismembered body. Although Osiris was widely revered as the first mummy, created collectively by the great embalmer Anubis, Isis, and Nephthys, the Osirian myth tells of the dismemberment and then assembly of the royal corpse rather than its embalming. Isis, who first appears in the pyramid text, may have evolved from the mysterious Demjet, she who collects, mentioned in Old Kingdom inscriptions. Demjet may have been a goddess associated with a funeral cult, or perhaps a priestess who reconnected the bones of the dead in early dynastic times. Thus, we most likely find an echo of archaic funeral rites in the Osirian myth, which shaped Egyptian religiosity from the late Old Kingdom up until late antiquity, actually never losing its popularity. From the time of the founder of the third dynasty, Djoser, that is, in the 27th century BC, Egypt enters the Age of Pyramids, a fascinating period of great building projects and the development of ideas such as mud and those concerning the solar cult. The society of the Old Kingdom, mobilized around the royal funeral cult, began to feel a greater need than ever before to explore the afterlife. The image of the Egyptian mummy that we usually imagine appears precisely at this time. Old Kingdom Egyptians experimented with a natron, which may have originally been used to preserve food. Eviscerated and dried bodies began to be modeled in linen, earth, and sawdust at this time. Excerebration, the removal of the brain, also appears in the Old Kingdom. The four niches in the burial chambers, originally containing organs such as the stomach, intestines, lungs, and liver, were direct predecessors of the canopic jars. The first such container was an alabaster chest with 4 compartments found in the tomb of Khufu's mother, Queen Hetepheres. Her remains also bear a trace of evisceration, incisions on the left side of the torso. The widespread use of this practice prompted the Egyptians to embalm and bury their dead in an upright position, rather than in a fetal position as before. Embalmers wrapped the entire body in bandages and material soaked in resin. Terracotta masks began to be replaced by the helmet mask, characteristic of later centuries, covering the entire head and shoulders of the mummy. Such beautifully decorated masks resembled the heads of cult statues and signified that the deceased had achieved divine status. Embalming techniques were still undeveloped at that time. None of the royal mummies had survived in good condition, which was mainly due to the construction of monumental, perfectly visible tombs. Pyramids and mastabas had been robbed and devastated for millennia, and only the mummy of the 5th dynasty pharaoh, Djetkare Isesi, was still in its sarcophagus when discovered. Also, already in the Old Kingdom, the tent of purification was certainly used, erected on the shore of a body of water, like a gate to a necropolis, the first stop of a funeral ceremony. The Wabet, pure place, was then also a tent, in the pyramid text called divine or secret booth. The elements of the tent were compared to gods. For example, its beams were the arms of Nut, and the curtain was the robe of Ptah. In the spell 45 of the coffin text from the Middle Kingdom, we read, "May your soul rejoice in Abydos, and your corpse, which is in the desert plateau, be glad." May the embalmed one rejoice wherever he is. Would that you were examined and made whole in this your mummy, which is in my presence. May Anubis be glad with what is under his hands. And may he who presides over the sacred booth be glad when he sees this good god, Lord of those who exist, ruler of those who do not exist. In the Middle Kingdom, from the 21st century BC, mummies began to be bandaged with more layers of linen, giving them a characteristic cocoon shape. They also began to lay the body in the coffin not on its back, but on its left side, and this is a characteristic feature of Middle Kingdom burials. The widespread use of natron and the application of beeswax and heated resin directly to the skin gave better results than the Old Kingdom methods, but still, none of the mummies of the kings from this period have survived to the present day. It's said that during the New Kingdom, from the 16th to the 11th century BC, the technique of mummification reached its peak. It's even called classical mummification. The mummies of the pharaohs buried in their Theban necropolis, the Valley of the Kings, survived in large numbers and often in excellent condition. Just take a look at the amazing mummies of Seti I or Ramses the Great. Although their tombs were robbed shortly after the fall of the New Kingdom around 1000 BC, pious priests took their remains and hid them in secret hiding places. The one located in Deir el-Bahri contained 40 mummies, including 10 pharaohs like Ahmose I, Thutmose III, Seti I, Ramses II, Ramses III. These remarkable, great pharaohs were discovered in the so-called royal cache in 1881. The second cache in the Valley of the Kings protected 9 mummies of the kings. They remained hidden and safe for almost 3,000 years. Thanks to the good preservation of these mummies, we now know the methods used by New Kingdom embalmers. They used a lot of resin, applied it to the skin, and poured it through the nose into the head, where the brain had been removed. Resin was also used to seal all the holes in the body, including the incisions on the left side of the abdomen, which were covered with a sheet of gold. The organs were removed, except for the heart, and the body cavities were cleaned with water and wine, then covered with natron and resin, and then filled mostly with linen. It was in this period that the so-called canopic jars protecting embalmed lungs, liver, stomach, and intestines acquired their characteristic appearance. Their lids were in the shape of a baboon, Hapi, a human, Ismet, a jackal, Tuamutef, and a falcon, Kebersenwe, the 4 sons of Horus. Each mummy from this time bears its own individual characteristics, especially the Thutmosids. A beautifully preserved hairstyle of many braids survives on the head of Ahmose's the first wife, Queen Ahmose Nefertari. Even better on her lady-in-waiting, Lady Rai. Amenhotep II retained his natural short hair. His son, Prince Webensenu, still has his side lock of youth hanging to the side from his shaved head. A Nubian courtier of Thutmose IV named Maiher-Pri wears a beautiful wig of curly hair, while Tutankhamun's head was covered with a thin, comfortable cap crown, which he probably wore every day. As we know, the mummy of the latter remained untouched by the robbers, thanks to which over 40 amulets were found placed all over his body between bandages. In the New Kingdom, Egyptians mummified their dead more frequently. even among non-elite people. Their faces were covered by cartonnage masks, while wealthier members of the elite had elaborate masks of blue and gold painted wood, or even of solid gold such as that found on Tutankhamun. Particularly in the Ramessid mummies, the most important, ultimate goal of mummification seems to have been fully fulfilled. This is the eternal desire of the Egyptians for the survival of their mortal remains. It resounds in a fragment of the most famous funeral text of the New Kingdom, the Book of the Dead. Quote, "Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris, I come to embalm thee. Do thou embalm these my members, or I would not perish and come to an end, but would be even like unto my divine father Khepri, the divine type of him that never saw corruption. Come then, strengthen my breath, O Lord of the winds, who dost magnify these divine beings, who are like unto thyself. Establish me, and fashion me strongly, O Lord of the funeral jest. Let not my body become worms, but deliver thou me as thou didst deliver thyself. I pray thee, let me not fall into rottenness, as thou lettest every god and every goddess and every animal and every reptile see corruption when their soul hath gone out of them after their death." Although the divided Egypt was plunged into civil wars in the 11th century BC, the practice of mummification reached its peak during the Third Intermediate Period. It was then that, as the bodies of kings were being evacuated to hiding places, embalmers were finally able to see all the mistakes of their predecessors. The lessons learned then influenced the change in techniques. From now on, bodies were filled more abundantly with resin, linen, and sawdust, so that the bodies would keep their shape even better. To avoid robbery, the entrails were bandaged and placed inside the mummy. Canopic jars were left empty in the tomb as a symbolic element. As in the times of the priest Nesyamun, male bodies were painted red and female bodies yellow. Also characteristic are artificial, realistic and intricately made eyelashes glued to the eyelids. Since the 7th century BC, in the late period, the preparation of a body for mummification had probably never been so poor. Most bodies didn't undergo evisceration at that time, which means that the most expensive of the three methods mentioned by Herodotus wasn't very popular in his time. The modest procedures of the embalmers contrasted, however, with the extremely elaborate, complicated system of bandaging the mummies. Multicolored, narrow linen tapes were arranged in complicated patterns, which is truly characteristic of Said and Persian times. Also, in Ptolemaic Egypt, they didn't approach embalming too rigorously. Even the use of the previously basic natron seems to be disappearing. These are times of erosion of age-old Egyptian traditions. From the 4th century BC, most of the high positions in the social hierarchy were occupied by foreigners, imposing their new Hellenistic model. The symbol of Greco-Roman times are of course the so-called portrait mummies, found mainly in the necropolises of Fayum and Antinopolis. Mummies were carefully bandaged, but instead of traditional masks, their faces were covered with a thin wooden board, with often a realistically painted portrait of the deceased, of course in, let's say, Western style. Such mummies decorated with full-size painted portraits were created until the 4th century AD. Interestingly, in Roman times it was customary to keep mummies of relatives in homes. One of the Egyptian great desert fathers, a monk and saint, Anthony the Great, complained to the Bishop of Alexandria. If you have any care for me and are mindful of me as of a father, suffer no one to take my body into Egypt, lest happily they place me in the houses. Saint Anthony didn't live to see the edict of the Roman Emperor Theodosius, who banned all pagan worship in 392. Mummification survived in a rudimentary form, however, among the Christian Copts, who sometimes preserved bodies with salt, the bodies of particularly venerable monks, which were kept and cared for. Now let's find out where the word mummy comes from. The Arabic mumia comes from the Persian word mum, meaning something resembling wax, or more precisely, a type of bitumen with wonderful healing properties, a coating found in Persian caves. In his treatise on mineralogy, the 11th century Persian scholar Al-Biruni described this substance as a means of aiding the healing of wounds. He suggested that if this hard-to-find substance could not be obtained, then it was a similar one that the Egyptians used for embalming corpses. Thanks to the Crusaders, news of a miraculous cure for all ailments, from external wounds through headaches to potency problems, reached Europe, which was then absorbing all kinds of Middle Eastern wisdom. This panacea was supposed to be the mumia. So the interest of Europeans in Egyptian mummies was probably caused by a translation error. This interest didn't decrease in the early modern period. The 16th century king of France and Navarre, Henry IV, sent his physician to Egypt to bring him mumia. While in Alexandria, the physician met a certain mummy dealer, and while the gentlemen were drinking, the reckless merchant invited his guest to his own mummy warehouse, where, to the physician's surprise, bodies were piling up in great numbers. The merchant, in a fit of honesty, declared that none of the mummies were more than a few years old. In response to the great demand of Europeans for mummies, he collected bodies that no one had claimed, including victims of execution. He then buried them in desert sand. After drying, he smeared them with tar and bandaged them. In this way, the fakes make their way to European pharmacies. Pharmacologists in the early 19th century were still complaining about how hard it is to find a real mummy today. Of course, some of these fake mummies ended up in European museums. Are they still there? In the 19th century, interest in mummies returned for other reasons as well. They were bought very cheaply in Egyptian bazaars, and these real, ancient mummies ended up in private collections in the West, where they enhanced social events. It was especially fashionable to unwrap them from bandages as the highlight of private parties. According to some, most of the mummies were lost forever when they were burnt in the first locomotives in Egypt, where, as we know, coal and wood were scarce commodities. But there's no evidence that this procedure actually took place apart from the account of Mark Twain, who supposedly saw it during a train journey from Cairo to Alexandria in 1869. Despite everything, many mummies survived. Over thousands of years, millions of them were created, although only a small percentage of wealthy Egyptians were embalmed. The vast majority of Egyptians was buried in simple, often unmarked graves, or their bodies were thrown into the sacred Nile, where they were eaten by crocodiles. hope you learned something new about the lives, or rather death, of ancient Egyptians. Thank you for listening. Please let me know in the comments what you'd like to hear about next time. I'd also like to thank all my patrons. I truly appreciate your contribution. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. If you don't support me yet but would like to, I placed my Patreon link below in the description. Don't forget to like my video and subscribe to my channel. Goodbye and see you on the next one. Bastet is the oldest and one of the best known Egyptian feline goddesses. Her countless cat images are today one of the symbols of Pharaonic Egypt. In the times of the great pyramid builders, she was worshipped as the most important solar goddess, the mother of the sun, the mother of the pharaohs, a cosmic guardian maintaining creation, bringing the floods of the Nile, the lady of the northern hemisphere of the sky. Worshipped especially in the Nile Delta, Bastet, together with her southern counterpart Hathor, were a symbol of the two lands, the empire of the Old Kingdom. She was then imagined as a divine lioness, the solar eye of the Creator, although generous and gracious, yet terrifyingly dangerous. She had to be constantly tamed and calmed down. The mythological stories of her escape from Egypt were among the most popular. Her return was a reason for celebration by millions of believers. It seems that Bastet had abandoned her people for 1,000 years, but with the fall of the New Kingdom, her cult saw a renaissance. It was then that this fearsome goddess received a new, gentle face of a cat. Bastet of the late period and Greco-Roman times became the patroness of motherhood and children, love and happiness. This sensual creature also personified female sexuality, and her cult was characterized by orgiastic rituals, festivals of lust and drunkenness. Hello everyone, my name's Irena. Welcome to my channel Ancient Site Girl. I invite you to a podcast about the history of ancient Egypt. Today I'll try to introduce you to the figure of the cat goddess, which isn't an easy task, because the nature of the cult of Bastet changed significantly over the millennia, so we will learn about the two faces of the goddess. Of course, we will use the original ancient texts. The lion-headed Bastet was the oldest feline goddess of Egypt, worshipped in the north probably already in pre-dynastic times, although the oldest evidence of her cult has been found on early dynastic vessel inscriptions. They were discovered in the underground gallery tombs in Saqqara, belonging to the first rulers of the Second Dynasty, reigning somewhere between the 29th to 27th century BC. Although the most important, Bastet surely wasn't the only lion goddess of Egypt. The presence of lions in the Nile Valley wasn't unusual in those times. The Egyptians noticed their increased activity in the cultivation areas in July, the hottest period, immediately preceding the annual floods of the Nile, at a time of greatest water shortage. Lions using natural paths such as wadis, dry riverbeds, searching for water and prey, entered the pastures from the desert areas, spreading terror among cattle breeders. Particularly troublesome to the Egyptians were the most active lionesses. At the same time, with their strength and aggressiveness, they represented divine majesty, and the determination with which they protected their young was to symbolize the kingship. Very early on, lion goddesses became the embodiment of the aggressive and feminine aspect of the sun, the punishing hand of the creator. But lionesses approaching Egyptian homes also heralded the flooding of the Nile, the return of greenery and new life. We know that the cult of Bastet was born in the Nile Delta, however, it's not certain where exactly. The city of Bubastis, with its famous sanctuary in pre-dynastic times, wasn't yet the capital of the nome, but was administratively subordinate to the city of Iunum, Heliopolis, the great center of the cult of Atum-Ra. So it's no wonder that from the very beginning, the theology of Bubastis was shaped not independently, but within the framework of the solar cult. Together with the priesthood of Heliopolis, Bubastis strove for a greater concentration of political power in the hands of the pharaoh. As we know, already at the beginning of the Old Kingdom, the solar cult enjoyed great interest among the rulers, and its importance was constantly increasing. The growth of Bastet's popularity was part of this process. At the beginning of the Fourth Dynasty, from the time of Snefru's reign, we can observe a close relationship between the king and Bastet, including her in the theological program of the royal family, whose members started to perform the functions of her priests. Titles of priests and invocations dedicated to Bastet from these times were found throughout Egypt. Bastet undoubtedly became a national deity in the time of the Great Pyramids. Her names and images adorn the monumental architecture of Giza. The magnificent granite-faced walls of the Khafre Valley Temple, the real gate to his gigantic funerary complex, are decorated only with two inscriptions. On the doorframe of the southern gate we read, Khafre, beloved of Hathor. On the other, northern gate we find Khafre, beloved of Bastet, giving life. Bastet and Hathor were probably referred to in all the valley temples of Giza. Hathor appears as the patroness of Upper Egypt, as the incarnation of the southern hemisphere of the sky, with her sanctuary in distant Dendera. Bastet, worshipped in the delta, represents Lower Egypt, a northern and aggressive counterpart of Hathor. The functions of these two goddesses overlap in many aspects. They are complementary. Both goddesses are the mothers of the king. They are the ones who give birth to and breastfeed the pharaoh. Hathor as a heavenly cow, Bastet as a lioness. Bastet as the mother of the king takes the title Shesmatet, and as the punishing force, the aggressive aspect of the sun god and his eye, is titled Sekhmet, which means powerful. They are both aspects of the great Bastet. In the 24th century BC pyramid text of Unas we read, Unas has emerged from the Ennead's thighs. Unas has been conceived by Sekhmet, and Shesmatet is the one who gave birth to Unas, a star with sharp front and extensive goings, who fetches what the above has for the sun every day. Unas has come to his seat with the two ladies on it, appearing as a star. The southern counterpart of Bastet, Hathor, quickly came to be identified with these lion-headed goddesses. Both Hathoric and lion elements became omnipresent in Old Kingdom Egypt, and both sun goddesses were its heavenly patronesses. At the same time, the earthly patronesses of the state and mothers of the king were believed to be the vulture, Nekbet, and the cobra, Wadjet. So Bastet of the Old Kingdom is a powerful goddess who is the mother of the king, which in the times of the Fourth Dynasty meant that she's the mother of the sun itself and its protector. By drinking her milk, the pharaoh achieves divine status, obtains Ankh and Was, life and domination, also over the cosmos as Atum-Ra himself. Bastet is a cosmic goddess who promotes the regeneration of the universe and assures renewal and prosperity for Egypt. In particular, takes care of the cyclical flooding of the Nile. Her role changes as the theology of kingship evolves. From the time of Khafre, pharaohs are called sons of the sun. Bastet, like Hathor, becomes the spouse of Ra, and as his eye, also a daughter. She's positioned in this role by the new religion of Osiris, which appears during the Fifth Dynasty. The fall of the Old Kingdom in the 22nd century BC saw a weakening of the solar cult and a weakening of Bastet's position as a national deity. Still worshipped in the Nile Delta, she was identified with other goddesses who played a similar role. Besides Hathor of Dendera and Wadjet of Buto, these were Tefnut of Heliopolis, Mehit of Thinis, Isis of Philae, Mut of Thebes, and Akhet of Speos Artemidos. As the daughter of the sun, Bastet is the heroine of one of the most popular myths of Egypt in general, known as the myth of the solar eye, also known as the myth of the wandering goddess or the returning goddess. Known today from many versions given by different, mainly late and Ptolemaic sources, it describes the fate of the gods after Zeb-Depi, after the first time, and focuses on the difficult relationship of the creator, Atum-Ra, with his beloved daughter. Depending on the source, the daughter of the sun in the myth is Tefnut, Hathor, Bastet, Mut, or Raed Tawi. The latter is the female form of Ra, once worshipped in Thebes. Her name can be read as Son of the Two Lands, as the ancient Egyptian word Tawi means pharaonic state. Other versions of the myth mention the female form of Horus, Horit, as well as the lioness Sekhmet, clearly associated with the destructive aspect of the Eye of Ra, or her Nubian counterpart, Menhid, and sometimes even Isis herself. As you can see, the heroine of the myth could have been any solar goddess, including those lesser, local daughters of the sun. According to the myth, Ra was pleased with his work of creation, and most of all with his daughter, who personified Ma'at, truth and divine law, that maintained divine creation in order and balance, and also was the solar eye, the mysterious, powerful tool of the Creator, an extension of his divine power. It was thanks to her, the original female principle, that everything went as it should, each thing was in its place. One day, however, for some unknown reason, this beloved daughter was offended at her father and left the kingdom, going to a distant land. The most complete records of the myth come from the so-called mythological manuals, written in the late period and copied in the Greco-Roman times. They contain ancient stories about the gods of Egypt set in local reality, specific to a given region. Stories of the goddess, the daughter of Ra, leaving Egypt and eventually returning, were originally intended to explain natural phenomena, such as the recurring floods of the Nile, the waning of the moon, or the heliacal rising of Sirius. The absence of the goddess personifying mud is the collapse of all natural laws. We learn that day turned into night. Hours and seasons were mixed up, and the Nile stopped flooding or even flowed against the current. The departure of the first female being also caused the collapse of sexual life. The world was threatened with infertility, barrenness, and destruction. The mythological manual of the Delta from the 26th Said dynasty compares the goddess's journey to the heliacal rising of Sirius. She becomes female Horus, Horrid, and the cycles of the Nile floods are somehow connected with her menstrual cycle. We read, quote, concerning Bastard, who is in Bubastis. This is the efflux when she came forth as Horrid on the eastern mountain of Heliopolis. The blood came forth from her, and it transformed into turquoise. She is in the form of a female statue, with the face of a lion. She is kneeling, with her thighs beneath her. Her appearance on the eastern mountain of Heliopolis is the rising Sirius, Sobdat as the Egyptians called the star, which after about 70 days of absence from the sky